live it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We're nearly in sync, but not in step just yet. When you time that look, you know this can't be second best. It's all in the timing. There's not a right way or a wrong way. It's just a short way or the long way. Get there together in our own way. Just the short way or the long way. Get there together in our own way. We'll slow us down.
is almost time for the grand finals, ESL One Malaysia. Are you ready? It's Aster, it's OG, and I'm joined by an amazing panel to start talking about these two teams. It is Effie, it is Jabs, and Ninja Boogie. I had a little bit of a fight with his headset, but he is here. How you doing, Ninja Boogie?
I'm good, sorry, I'm struggling a little bit, but
it's all good?
Everything's okay. Yeah, I'm surprised to see Jabs here.
Yes!
I thought I was going to be pairing up with Insania, but I always love myself a little Jabs.
Yeah, it's a bit of an upgrade, perhaps. Jabs, how are you doing?
Good. This is my first time paneling, so kind of nervous.
Don't be nervous. I think you've got a lot of people in the crowd that really love everything you say. You can say that Broodmother is the best hero in the patch right now, and people will believe what you say. That's how it works as a pro on the panel. How are you doing? Because obviously you see these two teams in the finals. You faced both of them. You went the distance 3 games against both of them. Were you expecting to see these two teams face each other here in the final series?
I would say that I think Aster, I feel like Aster might win this because like they're actually playing really good.
They are playing really good. Effie, we are going to start talking about Aster first, and I know you are a big fan.
It is time. It is their time to shine. It's time for Team T to take it home. I love OG. I know there are a lot of OG fans in the crowd, but I mean, this is a storyline and a half. Getting over your mental block and just completely crushing everybody along the path sounds fun. But I do think Aster today have shown us throughout the tournament, they've shown us exceptional ability to play together as a team. It seems like instead of emphasizing on individual player timings, they've just been playing around each other and have just been going for these team fight heavy drafts and out fighting everybody else.
Jabs, I have a question for you. Since you played against both teams, which team gave your team a harder time?
I would say OG.
OG?
Yeah.
Okay, and then since we're talking about OG, what is this beef you have with Amar? Why were you rated D? Was it something to happen in pub, or was it like you had a game in a major where you guys were up ahead, like 22K gold lead, and I think you did all chat, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just for fun.
Okay, but nothing serious.
Yeah, nothing serious.
Okay.
You know, like nothing serious.
Yeah.
Well, it's always good fun. OG, of course, formidable team. They got here through the lower bracket. OG special, of course, and a team that we already saw earlier today. Effie, this team, is it unstoppable?
I mean, I don't know how they look so consistently good every single tournament they play in. It is ridiculous. They really are a magical roster.
It's getting tiring at this point.
It's getting exhausting. Like, they're bound to have one bad series, but they really just deliver every single time. But I really think they've come into their own the last couple of days. The new patch might have caught them off guard a little bit, but it seems like they've managed to blend a style of the old heroes that they really favored. For example, the Razors and the Vipers that have made a re-emergence on ATF, and also fitting the new meta into what they like to play. So in OG, they're looking like they've got the momentum right now too.
They really do. That being said, both teams, both OG and Aster, have such incredibly different playstyles. We're gonna try to tear that apart a little bit to make it make it a little bit clear what we can expect from this upcoming series. Because we talked about Aster, when we see them play Ninja Boogie, it's a 5-man unit.
Yeah.
They're like on the same page. Every time we have to choose an MVP for the team, you can make a case about anyone.
After the laning phase ends, they just start to click, and they are very well they're coordinated and they connect with one another. And you know, against who did they fight in? It's Secret. Sorry, against Secret, they just look unstoppable. And I'm curious to see if OG has what it takes to break this Great Wall of China.
They did say in an interview yesterday that the team that gave them the hardest time was OG.
Oh, okay.
So they probably put a lot of preparation into the series. I'm wondering what it's going to look like because I honestly have no idea.
No, it's always when OG shows up at the grand finals, it's a different beast. But one thing that people have to realize, and that makes OG at the moment very special, we saw them at the Stockholm Major. They made it to the grand finals. Obviously, Seb was standing in at that time. And everybody's like, oh, Orso Arlington, they came 4th. Seb standing in. This is partially because Seb is such a god tier player. You know, he won 2 TIs. They're doing it with Chuvash. How does that feel? I mean, seeing Chuvash, Jabs, as a coach, step it up, basically being the position 5, it feels like this team has a roster that they can sub in anyone, right?
I think Shu's like playing post 4 right now, and
Yeah.
Taiga's 5, and Taiga Watts is like really on par right now. Like even game against us, like his ward actually like win the game.
Very,
a lot of time.
Very unconventional
Yeah.
warding. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him kill Palos at top when he forced the
Yeah.
BKB, and then Palos got greedy, still kept going. There's that one ward that was just in front of the tier 1 in Dire, and he
OG have a lot of like lane wars.
They really do.
I-
Yeah.
Sorry,
go for it.
I have a question. If Sunby would stand in for Fnatic and, you know, like the same situation,
He's already sweating.
you reckon you guys can reach the same? Just say yes. Just say yes.
Probably not.
Doesn't believe it's going.
It takes a special type of coach to
It
be
does,
able
it
to
does.
do that. That's for sure. It also takes a special type of person to play with the same person for 7 years straight. I want to talk about this a little bit. We mentioned it at the very start of the tournament, but maybe you guys don't know. In 2 weeks, 7 years ago. All right, we're almost there. September 2015. Math is great. Baboka and XSS played together for the first time, and they never stopped Effie. This duo has got great synergy.
They really do, and I think that it's starting to show, right? I mean, they've always done well, especially within China, but this faith that you can have in each other as an offlane duo really makes a difference. We saw it with the Fnatic stand-in situation at Arlington, how the offlane was the crux and the heart of what was pulling the team through. And we also saw it in the new iteration of Secret with Resolution and Zayats, who are the closest of friends. So I think that Baboka and XXS are going to give us a show.
Jabs, I have a question for you. If you could play with anyone for 7 years, just like Boboka and XSSV did, which player would you pick? Which player would you pick if you could play with the same player for 7 years, like Boboka?
7 years?
Yeah.
It's a long time.
I would say you.
Oh! True love. True love. We chose the right path for this one.
Jabs, is that the truth? Blink twice if he's...
There's a kind of, you know, a two-letter named position 4 player that I believe is also, no offense.
No.
But I, of course, mean
DJ,
NB.
DJ's good.
NB. You got, you know.
But we did win a major together.
All right, it is time to get this grand finals starting. Of course, we want to do it in style. We're going to take a quick break, but then it is time. So make sure you find your seat if you haven't yet. If you have snacks, get them later, but get ready for this grand finals. It's Aster versus OG.
That's what I feel like. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say. I can never help myself, pretty baby. She like 2020, always driving me crazy. She like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, Lil' Mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't gotta flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That girl done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause the life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. If I'm being honest with myself, I wouldn't change it. Every time I'm with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say. I say what you have, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want. I say what you on, she just say a lie. She could have the whole world on a string in a pocket. Stage dive with it in a mosh pit. Everybody watching, she don't care a gossip. She stirred the pot cause she just a little toxic. She know she the plug in the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lips taste. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She know she my favorite escape. That's why she hit my line when it hit me. In the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when
놓치지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자
It'll never catch up to me. You said it. The time just a man. There's a warning in the breeze. If you got it, then maybe you understand. When the slow tide turns to rush, does it make you any better? Turning noise back down to hush. In the morning, the night, from the darkness to light. Don't you know there's a promise there to keep? Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time.
everyone in the arena, please welcome to the stage, OG! Everyone in the arena, please welcome to the stage, Team Aster! Avo, are you ready to get this started? I certainly am. Well, let's get started.
Get me turn to a Christmas that use the black hole on XXS resolution. Looks down the Mars, XXS does slow down. Silence quickly placed onto PQ. They take out a second, but immediate buybacks are there. They know that the black hole's used, and they still have their old Aster, so they'll look to chase down Secret. Mono with a crit takes out Bumpy. Red Bull kill for him as well as he ends Rezzo's life. They're chasing for more. And look at the Zayas. Zayas trying to contain Christmas. The refreshing pump. XXS is second round. Nobody used. Locks down Christmas. Out of the game. Give him the rampage. Ultra kill rampage. Mono here on the main stage. Another one. Rampage.
感觉挺棒的吧，大家都打挺好的，就感觉我们团队氛围很好啊，大家解决问题的效率特别快，都很好沟通，一起总结问题，所以能打到决赛。我觉得剩下的3支队都有可能击败我们，所以我们要做好准备。感谢大家支持吧，我们会继续努力，然后越打越好。
Does have the BKB, he puts it out on the egg, high ground egg as well. Secret not able to deal with it at all. They're stuck inside the arena as well. Amar soaking up the damage. A beautiful terrorized combo off, but a snowball save. He picks up everybody, does Sonic Wave on 5. BDM comes through to wipe Team Secret out of this one. Resolution's gonna be chased down. Nisha's caught by Uragi as well. Inside of the brambles, one by one, they will get chased down. OG losing nothing for that team fight.
I guess they were easy games this time for us, not like the last series. And yeah, I do feel great beating Secret. I mean, our performance, it was after patch, it was kind of shaky because like a new patch and like everything changes and like the way we draft and the way we pick. But I think we could be back at it again. Yeah, Aster is a good team, and I think I want to smash them. But they're a good team, so we'll see.
不管谁上来，我们都会全力以赴去击败他们。大家一起打一个精彩的决赛吧。
We're ready to smash some people now. Let's go.
of this best of 5 grand finals. Who will smash? Who will be decided by gameplay and also, of course, by draft. We're moments away from that. Before we head into that, let's take a quick look at a comparison between two roles that Jabs knows a lot about. It's the offlaners that we wanted to go have a head-to-head with. It's Amar, it's XXS. Jabs, your opinion on these players, please.
I would say that XXS is like pretty good for him right now. Like he can play like a both like carry type or
Yep.
like a he not like greedy as a armor. Yeah.
Not as greedy as Amar. Amar definitely one of the more greedy
He likes
offlaners.
to smash.
But I do agree with Jabs there. Like one of his biggest benefits is while he can handle that core role if you need it to be, he also just excels on these Mars type initiating heroes who can do so much for his team. We've seen Aster time and time again win these team fights, collapse on the mid lane on the back of XXS's play.
Indeed, we have going into this first game. What is, Ninja Boogie, according to you, the thing that you're gonna keep the closest eye on for this match?
Well, for me, I think Mars is going to be highly contested by both teams. Amar has been playing it very well, and you know, XSS with great success as well.
Yeah. I think we have to look at the Aster post 5 hero because like this guy only play like a defensive support. If you look at it, like he play a lot of Wyvern, Abaddon, Dazzle, Oracle. Like I think how this team works is like this guy gonna play a defensive support and be like behind. Yeah.
Well, defensive support, undying support already removed. The Chen as well. Respect there towards Chuvash that we saw earlier, and actually Taiga plays it as well. We got the Shaker removed. OG, and this is something that I would love to hear, Jabs, your opinion on. Going into bonus time for this second ban, how unusual is that?
I feel like Aster, maybe OG didn't think like Aster gonna ban the Shaker. I feel like Aster gonna first pick Mars. I don't think they want to give him Mars. Oh, never mind.
I think also Aster's ban is targeted true, since he is a stand-in, and you know, maybe they're targeting his hero pool. He's been very effective with both Chen and Earthshaker, so I'm curious to see what they're gonna pick for True.
Well, the Mars Willow opener from OG has worked so well this entire tournament. Of course, the Taiga Willow, the Mars from Amar, we saw that it should have been probably banned out in a game earlier against Secret Epi.
Damn, this is so old school. I guess the trade-off is for Aster, you can secure this first phase Ori hero, like potentially a Queen of Pain, a Puck. But Queen of Pain did get picked up. But I do like the Quap a lot here. It feels like her matchups usually go very well for her regardless of who she's playing against. So securing her in the first phase simplifies a lot of your draft. But also there's a lot of natural synergy in playing with Tiny, which is probably going to be Vivoka's hero. This is a very aggressive hero and needs to play with a support that can enable that kind of aggression.
Right now, Kop like is really strong in the lane because like of the remove on small camp. Because Kop is the one of the heroes that doesn't farm small camp. It's not like Park or like Ember that like used to farm small camp. And now Kop can like win the lane harder.
So let's say Jabs, Puck and Invoker are banned. What's the hero you'd suggest for Fnatic?
Kunkka.
Kunkka or DK? Which is better?
I think Kunkka is better because DK right now is really out of the meta. That hero doesn't feel good right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and BCN play really good Kunkka too.
Yeah, so they do have one last ban, so I'm curious to see if they'll ban that Kunkka out, because all their bans right now have been focused on this Puck.
But this matchup is kind of like hard to say because like sometimes Kop can win Kunkka, so it's really depend on the player.
Ever since that Shadow Strike change, right? Like it was more favored in Kunkka before that. Now it's like kind of.
And now Kunkka doesn't have small camp to farm.
So with the re-emergence of defensive style supports with saves, we've seen Aster run some Oracles, we've seen them run some Abaddons. I wonder if they are going to look towards something like this just to dispel the Mars-Willow combination.
I feel like they probably might ban Y1 next because like that's like
one of his go-to heroes.
One of his best hero.
I'm surprised they're letting Dazzle go through.
5 seconds remaining.
Because like when I was looking at his stats, he had like an 80% win rate in like 17 games.
One of them is against us too.
Yeah, well that's probably why.
Let's see, another saving support for Aster. Which one would you ban? Dazzle?
I would ban Wyvern.
You would ban Wyvern over
Because
Dazzle?
like you cannot arena into like spear on Wyvern too when he used the first skill.
So I do think this is a good call by OG to take these out, because just based on their first two heroes, you can see what the crux of their fights is going to look like, right? You go in with the Mars, you do the follow-up damage with the Willow, and basically any target that you go on in the early game, Quap included, is going to suffer if they do choose to take these fights well. So by taking that away from Aster, I think they're debating whether or not they want to leave the Dazzle in the pool, because it does seem like a good pick for them, but it might be a little bit too much to just take out 3 supports in the second phase. That's what they're concerned about.
Well, they don't have too long to be concerned about it. This is a lot of bonus time being used. The reserve time is down to 25 seconds.
There's a lot of support banned right now, but I feel like OG is gonna have to pick on the third hero first. Like they might consider picking Wyvern themselves.
Omni Knight.
Omni Knight.
Okay. Why? What do you think OG's like thought process is?
The thing about Omni Knight is like it's buff to carry, and then like they have 18 and 74. It's kind of easy like to pick the cover up like after that.
Okay.
And it's also a potential solution to Faceless Void that Aster have like to run in the group stages.
But it can go 50-50, right? Like if the Omni Knight gets caught in the chrono, he's kind of, But Janwell did play pretty good Omni Knight. He was able to cast his spells before the chrono came up, and there was no burst.
A lot of support got banned.
Yeah.
So Shadow Demon is a support that looked really good yesterday, especially when OG played it. That new spell, Disseminate, has a lot of potential, especially on tanky heroes on your side of the team, right? Like the Mars, it is simpler to just cast it on an ally before they blink in and potentially make it discouraging to go on him. Also, the disruption would have just countered what OG want to do with their Mars here.
Yeah.
Dazzle is still in the pool though.
I would like to see XX as a Brewmaster, because like Brewmaster can dispel everything on Omni Knight, and it's one of his best heroes too. I remember at the last major, he's played really well.
But don't you think like a tiny Brewmaster lane is kind of weak and can get punished? Since they have like overall aspect in his face.
Yeah, but it's Omni Knight, like you can try to pull.
Okay.
Like that person's wife. MVP?
What do you think about Enigma for Aster?
It's pretty decent too.
I think they're lacking a little bit of team fight. Yeah, Brewmaster.
Oh, I would like Enigma more than Brewmaster, because like you can buy Red Pack, and like it's pretty good landing with Tiny.
I feel it's like one of the more stable offlaners now.
Yeah, you're not gonna lose the lane.
And Boboka does love to like roam and pressure mid and help Ori secure those runes.
So Aster do pick up the Dazzle. I suppose that time they spent deliberating on the side of OG was just the decision between are we giving away the SD or the Dazzle, and potentially banning out the SD could be a
Old school matchup.
Yeah,
versus SF.
That's a classic and a half right there. Now it used to be that Queen of Pain was had a little bit of an edge there, and of course Shadow Queen got a little bit of a buff. What do we think about it now?
It's like Tiny, like the Aster have Tiny roaming to SF.
It's
so
very
like,
scary.
Yeah, it's
for
really
SF.
scary for
If he's
SF.
out of position, and Boboka is definitely going to be roaming mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a small chance this SF might be carried with Omni Knight in the lane.
Ooh, that is interesting. Yeah.
If like Aster picks some melee hero that like weak in the lane, I think they might put SF as a mid, and like there's still a Kunkka for them.
I would love to see OG ban Enigma just because I feel it will cause them a lot of, and I feel it's like the missing piece in Aster's lineup. Like they need that kind of like team fight hero that's not so weak in the lane.
Yeah. Troll is pretty good against Omni Knight and Dark Willow later on too when he get to Aghanim, because like it's will debuff everything like Dark Willow and Omni Knight.
Yeah.
And we did see the potency of the Troll Aghanims that we got to see once during the group stages. It actually ended up carrying the game. I'm actually a little bit scared about the SF. I know the hero got buffed a little bit recently, but if you're starting off your grand finals game with a series that can be so hit or miss, I worry that if it goes wrong, the SF gets stomped, right? Chased from the jungle by this Queen of Pain and Tiny. They pick some kind of control on their last pick for this Omni Knight so that he can't be much of a factor. And OG just go into the next game
Yeah. So
kind
far,
of kicking themselves, right?
yeah, so far I'm favoring Aster in lanes. Like I would favor Dazzle and Troll versus Mars and Dark Willow or Jeb.
Yeah.
And then Quap versus SF.
It's really like hard matchup. Like it's really depend on like who's play better. But this game, as if like if you get to like I remember BCM played use builds like use dagger BKB. If you get to that point this game, like
he can blow
on the
up
Aster doesn't have like a BKB control this game, so like he can burst anyone in the game. I mean, Aster should pick Enigma, it's really good for them.
Yeah. I like one hero that's also not standard pick, Batrider.
There's also
What are your thoughts about that hero, Gems, in this patch with the whole sticky chain?
there's also Dawnbreaker that is still left in the pool. It's a really good XXS hero. Yeah, it is a double melee lane, but it's an easy way to find the SF early on too.
True.
I think Dawnbreaker is kind of like, because like the second skill, the range is like is really big nerf. Like I tried to play it, and like last time you can use that spell on the range creep and the hero, but now you cannot do it.
All right, we talked about it so much in the previous couple of series, and it was ignored until Aster last picked it here.
BP, yeah.
Oh, that's a bristleback coming out as well. Oh, and that was only picked for a hot second, but back to the bristleback indeed.
I mean, this just looks like a typical Aster lineup with just like.
I really like Aster lineup.
I mean, BB does fare well against Enigma in the lane, but I think overall, I would favor Aster this game. What about you, Jeff?
I would favor Aster too.
I also like Aster's draft, but I think the bristleback last pick actually gives them a lot, and it's an easy way for OG to enter this mid game, but I'm mostly just concerned about the Shadow Fiend. I feel like there's so many ways for this hero to die early on, and I don't think the Omni Knight's going to be enough for him in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then like it's like Almaz is playing Mars, so like he might be able to carry this game. Yeah.
He's going to be the one taking a lot of farm on the map, so you can only imagine that he'll have a big impact on his Mars that a lot of people have said maybe should have been banned, but we're going to find out. Is that Mars enough to overcome the Aster favoritism that my panel has shown? After this draft, we're going to find out. Arena Stars, can you please make some noise for Odie Pixel and Fog?
Thank you very much, Malaysia, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals here between OG and Team Aster. You know, Aster, an incredible upper bracket run, and OG, they've been building up the momentum through that lower bracket, ready to meet head-to-head here in this grand finals. Fog, we've just had the drafts and already so much to pick apart. We're getting some exciting picks.
We got Shadow Fiend, a hero that's not picked too often, but overall, Aster, they've gone for their more traditional draft, which looks very standard for them. Not to say that OG's doesn't look standard for them, but some different heroes that we haven't seen too often, like the Shadow Fiend and the Omni Knight in particular. I mean, lots of fighting should be kicking off. Aster, though, I like the way that they've set up this draft, personally. I think that they've got so many of their comfort heroes that they've looked so dominant on. XXS Enigma, I mean, this guy has been absolutely spectacular most
Absolutely,
games.
he really has. We'll can't wait to see as we're getting ourselves into this, and interesting to see pretty much for the duration of this grand finals how Mars does end up coming into play. Right, left in the pool, of course. OG no hesitation on grabbing it as their first pick. Well, we'll see if that's going to be something that maybe Aster regrets. Both teams have been insane with this hero.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's. Again, OG does have this style that they tend to go for, is this triple scaling cores, the Shadow Fiend aura with the bristle, viscous nasal goo going around, the God's Rebuke as well from the Mars. Lots of physical damage that's going to be amped up, so we could potentially see Amar playing that kind of carry role as well from the offlane, while BZM maybe more of a place like fast style with that Blink Yule's BKB like the panel was saying.
And overall as well, you know, Mono bringing the troll in this game, of course, having excellent backup in the form of PQ being on the Dazzle. We've seen PQ consistently on these heroes that provide such saves. Be insane, his positioning is always on point. How do you sort of feel that Troll's going to be able to slip into this game? Because we've had a few patches where Troll's been out of favor, but some changes, a little bit of a buff or so, and he's back in here for Aster.
Yeah, he definitely still feels like a pretty strong hero for them, and especially when you have Dazzle, that extra thing that always able to give you extra save, but also versus Omni Knight, a pretty cool interaction, of course. We've seen it, I think, this tournament. The Aghanim is spilled on the Troll Warlord, being able to dispel things
Already
off.
some early action here, Baboka with the toss back on Chu. He should be able to buff himself up. Baboka, the one to fall low first, as OG, they'll try and chase him down. PQ coming up with some body blocks for PZM. He's able to get in range and get that first blood here for the mid Shadow Fiend.
There's some long-range auto attacks coming out from OG.
A huge start there for BZM on this SF, of course. That'll mean he can get that bottle out incredibly quick. We'll see.
Important one, too, because he doesn't actually end up winning the block in mid, which can be one of the more devastating things in that Quap versus SF matchup. So him getting first blood's probably going to offset a lot of that. See how Ori's able to handle that extra regen that BZM is going to have.
We'll see how well he's able to play here with the Razors, of course. Nice little bit of a buff to the Razors, right, in terms of additional
sort of level of control it offers.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of things, of course, the Queen of Pain, the turn rate can be a bit annoying, some things like that, but overall, this is a pretty good lane now for this Quap. If he just puts levels into the daggers, it does apply a ton of pressure. But like we said, BZM, early bottle, should be able to offset a lot of that harass. And looking at the other lanes, Trolls should be able to farm really well. Monet, he has the luxury of always being able to secure the range creep, of course, with Whirling Axes, and it is versus double melee as a Troll Dazzle lane, so quite strong.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll see how well Monet is able to harass the two. You know, the last series that Aster played, Monet's farm, insane, sort of from start to finish. This man, he never lets go of that top spot.
Yeah, and I'm curious if, I think we probably will see that Aghanimus build up, but I'm curious when we do see it, because versus that Omni, versus Guardian Angel, versus Heavenly Grace, it's kind of one of those obvious picks. Even versus Willow, dispelling yourself, all these kind of things, it's really strong.
And overall, how do you sort of rate the measures that Aster's going to have to be able to deal with Yuragi down the line? You know, there's Bristle Pick coming in later in the draft. The potential to be very strong and of course, buffed up incredibly by the Omni Knight in the mid-game fights.
I mean, maybe that Heavenly Grace is going to be enough to protect, but there's always the Midnight Pulse, like this damage that comes in from the Enigma that's going to get better and better as game progresses. Also, Dazzle, slight little minus armor that builds up. Troll isn't really that bad of a matchup versus Bristle. He's going to have a pretty okay time sticking onto him.
Obviously, so far in the CS, a bit of lead here in the mid for BZM, 10 for 4 against the 6 for 4. That was that first blood and early bottle timing, definitely giving that extra ability to spam out the waves.
Ori. They're playing actually, Ori's playing this mid lane so smart. He was standing on the hill of BZM to make sure he blocks the runes away.
He's going to have to force BZM to TP over, but doesn't mean BZM will be able to get down towards rune on the other side. No other movements coming from the supports quite yet this early towards mid.
Yeah, it was really smart actually. We didn't get to see it, but he was literally playing on the hill, watching BZM. He was dancing between both the runes, just waiting to blink right in front of him. So a nice play from Ori, even though we do see, like you said, BZM ahead in the lane because of that early bottle and first blood. But mid, Baboka's actually coming in.
He's coming, but he will be spotted by the tower, and of course the high ground vision here up on the cliff, so no chance of catching BZM by surprise.
That's preparation. You know, OG, they've watched Aster play this kind of similar draft so much, the Tiny Enigma. Baboka very active on his Tiny, so putting that defensive ward early, knowing that he's going to make the rotation. Nicely done.
Now, overall, Baboka's movements been completely on point in the games that he has been able to get the Tiny through. He's always the one that's able to find that catch to start the fight, so you've got to be super aware of him.
Okay, he doesn't give up all the Eidolons, but he has to be very careful. That's why they picked this Bristle matchup, just to be able to clear out those Eidolons in lane versus the Enigma at all times. Big success. He might lose him this time. Will deny one. He doesn't lose all the Eidolons, though, quickly, so they were just pretty much resummoned, and Yuragi cleans them out quick.
Yeah, both carries off to a fantastic start. Yuragi and Monet barely missing a creep. So far, neither offlane duo really able to do anything to threaten the carries. I mean, most of that down into the excellent support back up bottom. Very hard to make a move onto this Troll, as there's always the threat of the Troll and the Dazzle being able to run you down.
Can he get the range?
He's going to be able to get him close to the tower. Malefice will keep him contained for a few hits, and Midnight Pulse down. That's a lot of damage, not quite enough. Of course, with that Ring of Hell for Yuragi, we'll be able to slowly heal up, and in fact, Tiger, he's going to be able to throw him over a salve as well, just to make sure that Yuragi stays in a healthy position.
It's a constant thing we see, right? The tossbacks under tower. That's why this combo is picked so often.
Ori, he's got a TP out of this one. As BZM managed to start getting the raises going.
He just keeps literally blinking onto his face to try to take away the runes. But yeah, still seeing BZM doing excellent in the matchup, but Ori is starting to offset that, even though that bottle was there so early.
See Baboka have another bit of a go towards the mid. Of course, that ward's still standing. So BZM fully aware, and backup will be coming in as well for BZM Tiger, making sure that Baboka doesn't get any chance to close in on the mid SF.
Still annoying pressure plays that Baboka's doing with these little type of
he knows
movements.
now.
He knows.
A couple of times.
Will he get it? Oh, it was just about
was
to
close.
time
That
out.
nearly timed out there. But indeed, we'll be able to get the bounty from taking it down.
And BZM constantly is sitting low, so it's always these nice movements that you do see coming out from the Tiny to kind of keep BZM very afraid of stepping up. Has some help now, the Dispel, that's going to help quite a lot. Baboka in the area, but with that Heavenly Grace on, he's thinking against going for the play. Maybe now.
I still get a chance for a toss back.
The Grace is gone.
He's going to be able to get him over towards Ori. Chu trying to head in to help out. BZM has got the boots, a decent amount of move speed to run away, and with the spells already used, no further lockdown. He's more than fine. He's able to walk it off.
A nice try.
And top lane. Pressure coming out from Yuragi. The stack's building up onto XXS.
Oh, he's zoning him off the wave, though, and that's a catapult wave. Yeah, he knows.
That's
Look
some
at
good
that.
damage onto the tower here.
really knows his
Aster's
play.
going to have to bring in a +1 if they want to try and force this Bristle,
No
Bristle
mana.
back.
There's no mana on Baboka, but he's just going to walk up and take the experience at the very least while his Enigma is getting zoned out. Really smart move there from Yuragi.
And this is the thing right with the Bristle. At this stage of the game, when Yuragi's sort of playing like this, what hero do you really move over to be able to threaten a Bristle at this point?
Nobody. That's why they went for this pick, right? Versus the Enigma, he gets absolute free farm. So yeah, he's going to be something they're going to have to deal with later on with either co-op rotations or if they start building up toward like some earn charges and % damage from XXS. We do now see Chu taking the mid lane. They're going to send BZM to the jungle. No stacks, but either way, looks like he doesn't really want to lane versus Ori much more anymore. The constant spam is keeping the Shadow Fiend very low HP.
I mean, would you consider there being a bit of a window once XXS gets the level 6, has the black hole to get some extra members in to try and deal with Bristle, or even in the caught in the black hole in the midnight pulse, do you think they're not taking him down?
I think they'll be able to bring him down. They'll have to bring probably 3 heroes total, though, at the very least, to try to do it, but we'll see if they even want to do that. Because Yuragi, it's like, that's kind of space that he makes if he does do that, forcing so many heroes to make a play onto him. But he's playing very far up, and here comes the TP, so...
Let's see. Ori's going to make the move over with Baboka as well. Be able to get him back under the tower. See Yuragi turn, trying to do as much damage as he can to XXS. They've got the pure damage of the Sonic Wave, and that will get the job done. They take him out.
Beautifully done. Bringing the 3 heroes, and Blinks in front of him to get the Sonic Wave in his face. Perfectly done there from Ori. And that's pre-Black Hole, so now XXS for the next situation, we'll have Black Hole if they want to do it again. NES earn charges. Big move.
I will imagine Yuragi will still return to that top lane. Definitely having to be a bit aware of Ori. We'll see again that move, as you say, bringing just enough to be able to deal with the Bristle and showing that indeed that first Sonic Wave usage from Ori comes in at exactly the right place at the right time, being used to slow down Yuragi, who's been having a completely free start so far.
So slowing down the Bristleback, very important. You see Monet absolutely at the top of the net with 600 against his counterpart, so that's going to be really important for him for that matchup. So he's going to be able to actually shred through him. And he's going to go Maelstrom first, so that mixed damage, at least versus the Omni Knight. Chu does not get the ensnare.
Doesn't want to run the risk of chasing into the triangle. See back over towards the river. Baboka coming in with some body blocks onto BZM. Tiger will do his best to help out. The 3 of them look to run him down. The poison touch is in. BZM falling low. Is there any help at done? Chu with a purification and the Heavenly Grace keeps BZM buffed up and enables him to walk back to the safety of his tier 1.
They're having to put so much attention to make sure that BZM doesn't die, though. Ori is really applying so much pressure as this solo Queen of Pain. Haste Rune now, too. They have to keep both supports in the area. Their offlaner and their safe lane doesn't really need the help, though, but they're having to spend so many resources to just protect this Shadow Fiend.
Top net worth still very closely contested, despite that death on Yuragi. Him and Monet pretty much matched in farm so far.
XXS hasn't died, though, which I think is really... I mean, both offlaners, important to say, but XXS, when he's picked, they completely counterpicked him, right, with his Bristleback lane. He's level 7, like, top 4 net worth, still having a great time. We've seen what he's been able to do as this Enigma multiple times this tournament when he gets this type of start. No BKB disables on the side of OG. So once he gets to those points later on, of course, too, you know that Aster's going to have some great advantage in the later stages.
We've seen how effective XXS has been multiple times with the black holes that he uses. They're always perfectly done.
So there's not that much that can disable him, really. It's the Mars and the Willow, but the Willow is actually just the fear. So yeah, pretty easy game, I would say, for Aster, for XXS at least, to set up a lot of these black holes. Going to be difficult. Taiga has to be in position every time to stop it. Unless they itemize, of course, like we were mentioning. The Euls for BZM maybe going to be the pickup. He's going for this. He's actually going for bots first.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where he goes beyond that as well, right? With an SF nowadays, how are you going to be looking to build it?
I think it is just the Spellcaster build, as we were mentioning, the Blink, BKB, Euls, and stuff like that, because then he can just try to burst down one of those targets. And if he does that, it actually forces the black hole on him every time, because they have no other BKB piercing disable. I guess they have a snare, but we won't count that.
Yeah, of course, great team fight combo between the Fear of the Requiem and the Arena of Amar. Huge amounts of team fight control if OG's able to land the combos.
Yeah, they've got the double, right? Two different fears that they can output. But very low level supports, Taiga level 3. Does get the book coming out, but they're going to have to give him some space in the mid lane at the moment.
A very, very controlled start here from both teams. 10 minutes in, 1-1. Little to if any mistakes being made by either side so far. Very calculated here in their movements.
Pretty much everyone just playing their lanes, except for Baboka, who's moving around a lot, just constantly trying to pressure that Shadow Fiend. That's dead even. exactly what you could ask for your grand finals.
Absolutely, and no way to really tell which direction this is going to explode in once the fights start.
Important thing to point out, though, is the stacks. Looking at Taiga, he's been prepping them over and over again. So a pretty massive one that's going to be set up for that bristle timing. Does get that.
Won't quite be able to get the Ancients stacked again, but still a juicy amount of farm. Ready for the taking then. Indeed, as you can see, already 7 done this game. He's getting a lot. And yeah, BZM after the bots, looking for the Blink Dagger. So to be that first way to get himself in position and find the opportunities for the big Requims.
I guess he can also stop the black hole early on, so a little bit of things that he can also do with the fun fear that comes down. Here we go, Ancients time. Not a really easy way for Aster to contest over here. Kind of suicide if they actually did. They walk over here, the Mars walks over, and then it's just easy fight for OG, so they're just continuing to play their lanes. They probably know that these stacks are going on, but yeah, not worth trying to contest.
This will allow, you would imagine, XXS to start putting some pressure onto the top tier 1. We already see from OG down bottom, Amar pushing in with the siege creep, but Monet will hang around the lane to try and hold on to this tower as long as he can.
Some good damage, though. I mean, wow, this tower is already down to less than a third HP bottom.
I mean, they're looking for an opportunity to fight with the ultimate here, Amar. And he's going to go for it. He's going to get the setup on a PQ. Quick shallow grave comes out. Monet, of course, being held outside of the arena without the hit in the back. Ori jumps in with the screen, turns towards Amar. Amar being bumped up by the Heavenly Grace of Chu. They're not even going to be able to get PQ.
Oh,
PQ
wow.
Still alive. We'll see rotation from BZM turning with the razors over towards Monet with a sonic wave. Pushing them back means that OG, they cannot get any kills out of this. They will also stay all alive themselves. See if Aster's able to get a jump back in on this, but looks like the sustainer chews too much.
Oh, and every little thing. PQ, the grave, the fairy fire, the stick, he hits 6.
I mean,
right
OG's ready to go back in there.
Oh, wow.
Monet. He's been caught by the razors here. One more from BZM could do it. He has got the ult, and Monet will look to turn. He has to pop it. It's his only chance to have any sort of fighting chance. It has been pushed into the side, but he's able to lifesteal off the creeps. That might just save the success. He's in with the black hole under the 2 of them. Catches June, catches BZM.
Oh my God.
He's able to walk away.
Every little thing coming into play. The heals from PQ, resetting him a little bit, then he runs away, gets the trance off.
Away. I mean, I know ATMs are supposed to give you money, but that's exactly what happened there. Gives it straight back to Aster. He's able to walk it off.
Oof, and Amar knows. He says the sorry, tries to get the spear to latch, but it actually just harms so much.
We'll see it again here. Trying to get an angle to catch Monet, but as it was, pushes him far enough away from his team. A little bit of lifesteal off the creep as well as the ult comes to an end, and they just weren't ready for XXS.
Oh my God. That's just such a crazy series of events because of like the Dazzle surviving the initial initiation. He hits 6, he gets these little extra heals onto the troll to survive. Love when you see those type of little things make such a big difference in the early game. And that's the blink reveal, of course, too, for XXS.
That's a huge one. Doesn't get much better than that from him.
No, it does not.
For these early game black holes.
Yaragi still, of course, incredibly
This
farmed.
Bristol's going to be huge. He's going to have an excellent timing on the Aghanims.
But a big hit, really. That was like OG's first real aggressive move, and it gets countered quite heavily. They still do get the tower, but
Boca, little jump with the Tumbler's toy. Takes him out of the arena, and he'll be away.
That's a big cooldown. It was an Arcane Rune, so 55 seconds till we'll be back up, but nice move from Boboka.
See if they might be able to still get Boboka here. Once again, another bounce with the Tumblers. And Yuragi and Chu, they won't have the catch for this. So Boboka free to just watch them. Keep an eye on the progress that Yuragi is making. And we'll see that axe will be done very shortly.
They're starting to swing over. Yeah, Chu just has to stay right next to Yuragi when he's playing this aggressively. Less than 1k lead right now for OG, but you'd expect them to actually be more ahead because of these stacks that happen. Like Aster, I think that they're in actually such a good position in this game because of that. Like having this pretty much even net worth right now after the laning phase is pretty amazing for them for this Enigma lineup. Oop, PQ.
Amar.
He's got the ult back up because of that Arcane Rune.
I mean, you know, the PQ's relatively alone, so fair enough there. Drops the ult, secures the kill. And why not in a game? 15 minutes, only 3 for 2. You drop your ult every time for a kill like that.
No, absolutely. And yeah, that's literally because the Arcane Rune that happened earlier. Yep. Sure, he whiffed it, but then the faster cooldown.
And quick moves as well. Maybe catching Aster off guard where they might not expect to jump whilst the arena's just been used. Smoke up from OG. Has been scanned out, though.
Yep.
Aster, they read OG and they know that it's likely that they will try and catch them by surprise, and it's not going to happen.
Nice attempt from OG, just trying to take advantage of Dazzle being dead, Black Hole being on cooldown. Can't find it though, so Black Hole back up in 20 seconds. Aster gonna look to recontrol, and since the scan was successful, they're gonna look for a ward that was maybe placed as Taiga.
See if we can buy some time with the Shadow Realm and see if OG want to fight this. BZM and Chu, they're watching from the side. Curse Crown will kick in Tiger, pushing back Baboka with the fear, they'll take him out. Azori caught in the bramble, but not by the spear, he'll be fine. OG sees the opportunity to group up and take the fight head on there. Getting a kill and looking for the tier 1 mid. The full Aghanims, it's on its way out for Uragi.
Yep, it's time. And is that max level? Yep, it's max Heavenly Grace as well too. So pretty massive. It's going to be pretty impossible for them to kill him, and they have no way to actually remove it just yet. They might be able to even like try to force like Roshan and stuff. Like right now into Black Hole, maybe not. But maybe want to look to just continue to get some type of more control of the map. But the threat of Rosh is definitely there. BZM pretty far up bottom. Extremely far, actually.
They're going to definitely go for that jump. Baboka and Ori waiting in the tree line. His TP's on cooldown, and even if it was up, there's no way to get away from this too. BZM.
That's a very weird death, to be honest. Very far forward by himself. Quick moves from Aster, though, being able to find that Baboka. Halfway toward his Blink Dagger. Who got the last hit also? It was Ori. Okay, an important last hit too, because he is falling slightly behind those cores.
That's a great farm for Monet, pushing him towards that BKB beyond the Maelstrom. Once he's got that, fully able to just commit in these fights and only have to really worry about the physical that will build up from Uragi, but outside of that, he can get on top of his target. If he closes in and gets on top of BZM with his ultimate, Shadow Fiend's not going to stand too much of a chance of surviving.
No, they're going to actually hit a pretty even timing on the side of Aster. Their triple BKBs are probably going to hit all at the same time. Looks like Ori's might be slightly delayed, but XXS, his is nearly done. Same thing for Monet. So I think as soon as they have those, that's probably when you're going to see the speed of the game really ramp up. Because this is one of the quieter games we've actually had.
It really
this
17 minutes, 4-3. But I tell you what, it's not been bad. You know, there's been some great moves from both teams. Very much showing that they're bringing their A game here for the grand finals.
Now we see Taiga, he has a Veil finished up, and now they're going to start posing this Roche threat themselves. BZM, BKB done. Same thing for Amar. So they actually have the faster timing here for their BKB timings in comparison, but they are playing into Black Hole, so have to be careful.
Just a little bit of a usage here with the smoke, keeping OG able to hover around the pit.
Amar, look where he's sitting.
And Amar, ready to lead in. They know that Baboka's got his eye on them.
Dying.
They'll have to make a move soon, Aster, if they want to put a stop to this, but they're not going to be able to get in. Uragi, he'll secure the Aegis. So very much ready to start barreling down these lanes and looking for some fights now. With his full Aghanims, the Aegis on the bristle, OG, they're hitting a very strong point.
Yeah, it's time for them to try to control the map a little bit more, because, yeah, they still, they got Aegis, but it's not like they're not far ahead almost at all. Like, Aster, it's still a very even game, and when they have these BKB timings, like I said, I think they're still going to be able to look for these fights versus OG. They're just going to have to kite the bristle, try to kill the backlines, take control of the Omni Knight in particular, and then kite the bristle in the fights.
We'll see again, this time BZM pushing pretty far out the lane, but he's got the backup. Chu right by his side in case Aster do make the jump on him, and as it were, he pushes through that last wave and backs off. Doesn't want to run the risk of stepping into a fight with Aster. He's sticking around for the small camp, but he's just really feeling strong that Chu's in the neighborhood here.
Baboka trying to get initiation without the Blink Dagger.
He was very close to maybe being able to separate the two of them, but BZM has got a haste. So he'll turn and start to build up the raises on Baboka. PQ at the ready when required. Amar maybe can find the jump towards the Dazzle. The Grave being used early. And a spear from Amar will ensure that there's no TP out available for Baboka.
And there you see the new Shadow Raises coming into play, right? That slow that it applies. The Tiny actually could not run away whatsoever.
I mean, OG, cool. They're looking to see if they can get further catch here. Amar still has the arena available. If he can close in and catch PQ, it should be another grab for OG.
Next phase boot, is he going to commit it?
He's going to drop it. Does miss the spear, but there's no Brave, of course. Still on cooldown here on the early level, so PQ will still fall. OG, they lead the charge. They'll take 2 kills, and by the looks of it, they'll take a tower as well.
They know they have to play fast, because I think they do also feel that they're playing versus this Enigma, the Blink BKB without any way to stop it. They do have to try to control the map and get a bigger net worth advantage on the side of OG.
I mean, the next fight when XXS decides to turn up, he's just going to be such a threat for OG with his Blink BKB. He is ready to go. OG's positioning, it has to be perfect. If XXS finds the opportunity to jump in, the fight is just going to be disrupted massively.
Absolutely. And he's been, like we said, so clutch this entire tournament on this hero, so... yeah, always eyes on him. And we said, OG still looking to play fast, take advantage of this Aegis, looking to dominate the map, try to prevent Aster from getting this farm. Swinging across with the smoke.
Heading in the direction of Ori. Ori did jump up into the high ground. Sonic Wave to put a stop to the fear. Still with the Bramble. That'll be the setup that Tiger has to catch out Ori and get the kill secured.
A very aggressive play by Ori, punished. Tiger, time and time again, this tournament himself too. Baiting people, it feels like, as this Willow. 3-0 and 2. Perfect control. Iragi now playing extremely aggressive, knowing the Queen of Pain is dead.
Still 2 minutes on the Aegis. He's got very little to fear right now, Iragi. The rest of OG smoked up behind him, just in case Aster do try and take a fight into this. Unlikely, of course, considering the state of the Aegis.
It's smart, fast plays, though. Just continuing the map dominance. It's these quick, fast smoke rotations to just to swing across the map.
Look at this. We'll see how good of a read Monet has. He probably will TP out, knowing that this kind of movement's likely.
He's going as far north as possible.
We'll see if he risks hanging around. He's
The
been
scan.
scanned. They know he's there. Has got BKB TP. And he'll opt for it. And of course, between these heroes, nothing to put a stop to that. So Monet's fine.
Do they have any smokes left on OG? Now the BKB is on cooldown. I don't think they do. I think they just used like all 3 in the last few seconds, so.
We see here as well, of course, Aster didn't quite see the whole of OG reveal, so smoked up themselves, maybe seeing if they could find an opportunity to catch one of OG's members out alone bottom. As it is, OG playing pretty tight as a group.
Trying to play around Ori for the next few seconds also. Just ensure that he can finish the BKB after he did die last moment. And he will have it done. So 1, 2 BKBs, 3 BKBs ready for Aster. On the side OG, as we said, they do have the 2 BKBs done. And the blink now from EZM too, so he can initiate easier onto backlines. That fear is no joke, so really important to point out is just how big the Requiem fear is really going to be. So
massive as a whole screen.
Yeah, and I'm going to be watching PQ because it's really hard to play a lot of these saving heroes when you are playing versus the Blink Shadow Fiends who blink into the middle of the fight and just separate you completely. So it's a lot of hard tasks really for PQ.
And that's why we see the build that, of course, he's going for here. The Ether Lens, the Blink, he has to have everything to make sure he can sit right back and still be able to offer up his support.
I mean, that would be so cool if we do see this kind of play come out where he gets his Blink Dagger and he sees the Requiem
So
here
he jumps
and he
over it.
blinks over it.
Yes,
Exactly. I think that's kind of the style maybe he's looking for. Or, you know, you see the Mars running at you, and I don't think Amar does have a Blink Dagger, so he always has the read of when the arena's going to get dropped, so he can blink out of it and stuff like that, because a couple times he's been caught in it, so could be a cool pickup. I actually really do like it if he's able to get there.
Aster grouped up here. Maybe he's looking to set up for a smoke. They will. They have all the ultimates at the ready.
BKB's all ready too.
What's the timing of the Aegis looking like? It's gone.
It's
just
gone.
comes to an end. So Aster timing this perfectly around that Aegis expiration.
And we do see the blink on Baboka was finished up, and Monet, as we mentioned, very likely he's going to go for Ags, so he's got that next. He's got one of the components finished. He does need it versus the Omni Knight.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Omni Knight. Blink Dagger done on Chew, so.
Good timing, honestly. Like he's so quiet. You know, Omni Knight doesn't farm or anything like that, but yeah, getting it at this point in the game. 0, 1, and 2. Such a quiet game, but still finding some space on the map to get the farm.
Able to find the opportunity they would hope for with that smoke, Aster. Start to split back up a little bit and might give a chance for OG to get the jump themselves. So Uragi leading the way with a full halberd done. And another way to really mess with the damage output that Mono's going to try and deal in these team fights.
Oh, delicious idlers.
Aster, you can really feel it. They really want to fight.
I think they probably feel like they're getting a bit out-farmed on the map, so they definitely want to try to find something here.
Certainly showing in the gold. 7K lead hovering around here for OG with how much Uragi and BZM are able to stay at the top.
Standard OG, right? Farming incredibly hard on the 3 cores. Even Tiger trying to find any type of space.
And Amar, of course, just building up this gold so he can just straight up buy the Aghanim Scepter. And the build that we've seen him have great success with.
Not versus that like, typical ranged carry or anything like that, but still, we saw how much damage he was able to actually apply, just becoming that 3rd carry. And with the Requiem, or sorry, with the presence of the Dark Lord, with the Viscous Nasal Goo, like we said before, his damage is not going to be very low.
You've got this AoE armor reduction coming out from the Bristle, and you're following up with this huge area that you're just dealing these right clicks. Definitely means that if Aster don't find the jump, find the team fight control, you know, if OG somehow is able to mess with the black hole in a team fight from XXS, definitely a large chance that Amar will be able to have the superior amount of impact in the team fight.
Now, how about when there's 2 BKB black holes, because it's going to start building to this point. Aster is still going to keep getting tons of farm on the map too on this Enigma.
Definitely, yeah, sort of overall in terms of how impactful a spell and a hero can be. Sort of the slowdown in kills, you only got to sort of look towards XXS, and indeed, as you say, if he gets the chance to play with 2 rounds of his spells and items, you know, there's not many players in the world that can deal with that.
No, not when they don't have any BKB piercing disables. BZM, though, is getting a lot of farm, and he only has died twice this game, so he's actually going to have this timing on his Arcane Blink that's really nice. So he can actually act as this pseudo-initiator in a way and just disrupt the fights before the BKBs or anything go off. I'm actually surprised that he's only died 2 times this game, so finding tons of farm on the map. That's the one problem with Shadow Fiend a lot of times, is you're just very susceptible to just dying, but he has gotten a lot of help, right? Chu always being behind him to bail him out of some situations with Heavenly Grace. So he's going to have this very good timing on Arcane Blink BKB.
I mean, and do you sort of imagine overall that the feel from OG is that they have this lead, so they don't feel under pressure? Like, who are we going to see try and step this up? Because still 26 minutes in, 4-6. This is probably going to be the lowest kill game at this point in the whole tournament.
I think both teams probably feel like they have the late game, because OG always kind of builds this like style of this triple core that's always going to be able to contest in later stages. But Aster's, as we keep saying, no BKB piercing for Black Hole. There's a troll that can have these good matchups as he gets bigger and bigger too. So.
And so, you know, talking about Monet on the Trolls, got that acronym's done. So what sort of the big spells this is going to interact with in the team fight that we've got to watch out for?
Heavenly Grace, Guardian Angel, and the Willow spells in particular would be kind of the big ones.
Aster.
I mean, even actually just, I mean, it's like everything. The Viscous Nasal Good. There's actually so many different things that he's really going to be dispelling off.
You can definitely see what they're going for here. And regards to the Aghanim's, Amar, he's also got his done. And now OG, they will be the ones to start to try and look for an opportunity to fight. Of course, Roshan's back up.
It's another like triple timing that they have. Sure, they have like 4,000 gold on Yuragi, but Arcane Blink was done, Ag's done on Mars, like you said, and also the Willow has, I believe, a Yule Scepter too. So a couple different timings that they're trying to take advantage of. Aster seems to know something's up though. Look at Monet's positioning.
They're ready on the high ground, Aster.
They see him.
Do they want to commit for Monet? Spear won't connect. Catch him in the brambles, but they will hold back on the Fear for now to decide. Baboka, toss back on Yuragi. Midnight Pulse drop down as well. Chu offering up the heals, so Yuragi's fine. Aster, they'll back off. Neither team able to quite bite in as they wish to in this fight.
That was a lot of abilities he dispelled though. 74 bonus strength on the Bristle at the moment.
And now Aster, after sort of seeing OG reveal their hand to them,
they're ready for fight.
Of course, both teams, you know, yet to expend an ultimate in this engagement, so everything's still ready to go. It's all about who gets the jump.
Could be one team fight to kind of decide the entire game, really.
Now, both of these teams, they've had their games where they've entered into team fights. They've all survived. The enemy has been completely destroyed.
They have vision right now. Baboka, he's thinking about it.
Do they want to head up into the high ground? He does. Baboka, he's going to look for the leading. Gets the toss back onto Amar with the BKB, and the ring is down together against the forward. The PQ, and it's falling on the Fears. Coming out. PQ taken down. XXS, a bit of time more with the shallow break, but he still goes out. 2 dead on Aster. They've got to run. Monet incredibly low. Ori trying to hold the back. The spear from Amar. This time it gets the kill. Takes the Monet. Has 3 dead on Aster.
Oh, big mistake from him. They didn't get the BKB off on XXS. I thought he was just going to BKB Black Hole on top of the Mars, but a big mistake coming out, and OG heavily capitalized. Amar gets a free initiation. I mean, he's like, I don't need Blink Dagger if you're going to toss me in.
I think he was over the moon with that toss there.
Oh, boy.
Gets him put right into the middle of it all. They put pretty much catching the 4 of them in the team fight. They'll secure Roshan. Once again, Yuragi's got that Aegis, and now thanks to that team fight and that series of events at an 11,000 lead. We'll see again the toss back, but he said XXS just wasn't ready to go.
He didn't get the, he just didn't BKB. I guess he just really wanted to try to get a secondary target or something, but yeah, then we see everything, right? It's a free initiation for Amar and BZM. He's on the cliff, but he gets a good fear off anyway.
And of course, this is sort of the thing at this stage of the game, right, for Monet. He has got a lot of value to his hero. You know, he's pretty farm, but especially when the BKB is out, in terms of damage that he can do to a target, it's not that huge coming out from a troll as a hero at this stage.
I mean, they didn't have 2 heroes in that fight, literally. Like, the Enigma and Dazzle, everyone died before they got anything off, pretty much. So, a disaster for Aster as OG start to run away with this game.
Yeah, huge lead now, 11,000 gold, and the ability to play around this Aegis to look to push for more. Or maybe not, because we've seen, you know, both teams have been taking it very carefully. And honestly, the patience in that situation paid out the most for OG. You know, they were the ones who were able to sort of draw the attention back up to their own high ground.
Oh my god.
Well, that was, he nearly ended up right by BZM.
Oh,
BZM's still going to find it, but the BKB's there. Or he pops the BKB, blink up, and a TP out will get him out of there.
Oh my god. That was close.
Living on the edge, and BZM having his number.
And BZM now gets another amazing talent for the Shadow Fiend when you do this build. The fear is actually crazy how much it does apply with the Arcane Blink since it does amplify it. So that's why it's like 5+ seconds of fear that it catches on most of the heroes. It's actually very difficult to play these saving heroes, as we were prefacing before for the Dazzle. PQ has his work come out for him. And now 10k advantage. OG, 3 minutes where they can dominate the map with this Aegis.
Yeah, and Uragi can just go where he wants. I don't even know if they can kill him the once. He's massive at this stage, and having the backup of Chu, we're seeing how much sort of strengths and buffs that he can pass over towards the Bristle. It just feels like he's untouchable at this stage. 19,000, nearly 20k net worth, 31 minutes in. Uragi, he's having a great time on this final pick for OG.
And with Chu having such an early Blink Dagger, he always has the position he can get Heavenly Grace off, and there's so many things. Also that he's dispelling and just buffing this Bristle up. It's usually like 60+ strength for most situations.
Baboka, a bit of a toss back onto Uragi. And already Baboka looks to be paying the price, and Shallow Grave gets him a bit of a beautiful black hole! It's got the 4 of them already in position for the 4-man Sonic Wave! 3 down, the Aegis taken out of the hands of Uragi's OG! They fight too close to the base! Monet's in with the ultimate, will get pinned back to the wall of the arena by a bar with the spear! OG, they've got to be careful how they continue this fight. Chu is trying to stay alive as Ori will focus in. Quick reset as Ori blinks back, BKB's up for Boca, in with the toss back, gets Monet in position here, and that's going to be him out of the game. Uragi dead for 70 seconds. As Aster only losing Baboka, who brought back, and it was a huge buyback, him coming back in, tossing Uragi over into the hands of Monet, means that Aster get a huge fight on this defense, and of course the way it started, XXS might not have been able to get his black hole off at the fight around the Roshan pit, but it couldn't have been any better.
He gets the Midnight Pulse down before it, like resets back, waits for all 4 to cluster perfectly. Aster still showing that they have some fight in this game.
We'll see it once more. Now OG, they are a team that tends to do this. They do like to go for the dives, you know, fighting up by this tier 3, and it's sort of just a lapse of judgment there, not respecting the power of the Enigma.
Especially in these like cluttered kind of areas when you're pushing onto high ground. XXS now going to be building toward that refresher, so 8k lead for OG, but still breaking high ground, something they do have to respect.
And we saw here, Baboka came in with the buyback, and that buyback enabling them to make sure that Uragi was also picked up as well towards the end of the fight.
Yeah, those long duration team fights, you see how good they can actually be for Aster with the dazzles minus armor building up and everything too. Monet, a big winner in the fight, 2nd in net worth now. Showing that he definitely can stand toe-to-toe versus that Bristleback, especially if he's able to get Satanic, you could totally see this game completely flipping.
Yeah, if he's able to pop that active, he'll be able to live throughout a great duration of the fight, especially if PQ's able to sit back and continue to pop out the heals. Obviously with that fight as well, XXS, the gold that he was able to build up, he's very close to having the refresher for the next situation, and close to that level 18 on top of it as well.
OG's gonna have to do some kind of crazy initiations in some situations for breaking high ground, or just try to find this Enigma as game progresses. 10k lead still for them, but yeah, you still always, breaking high ground is always gonna be this extra problem. As level 20 is hit also for the Troll, Monet, soon to perhaps surpass Uragi.
All down to that defense. Well, one of the best sort of defenses against an Aegis push we've seen, really.
Yeah, and OG, they're trying to get these lanes shoved in, trying to maybe take advantage of cooldowns, but Black Hole's back up in 20 seconds, so XXS will have it available if OG tries to push the limit again. I think they might need to actually switch for Amar to get his own initiation at this point.
Sure, someone's got to try and get in, force the action before everybody's holding hands in these situations where XXS, he'll be there every time with the jump.
Because fighting outside the base without the blink would work, but fighting in the base is going to be hard.
Well, he was pushing out on his own, and of course XXS, no hesitation to drop the black hole to look for this kill, but
he's
they didn't actually have enough damage. Uragi's able to walk it off. They didn't want to continue to stick around and commit, as they did know that OG was likely to have closed in and be ready to turn it around. So, if anything, quite a careful back off there from Aster. They could have stuck around maybe to try and finish him off, but likely they would have fell into a difficult fight against OG.
And they might actually be baited. XXS, he refreshes instantly. He's got Black Hole available again. This could catch OG
They might not be ready for this.
Let's see.
He's pushing in. See them turn towards Baboka. They've got to be careful out of the group up. They might not expect the second black hole, and there it is.
It's three.
He's in. Gets the three. The more. He's 3-man. Sonic Wave pushing them back.
Oh my God.
Every core dead on OG. They weren't ready. They weren't ready for that. XXS.
It was a bait. Hit the bottom black hole. It was a bait. This was
a
the real one.
huge bait. They didn't waste time, energy trying to commit to kill a low bristleback. They knew if they headed back to base, pop that refresher, OG, they weren't prepared.
And now Monet, he's got Satanic done. The game has completely changed. No black hole available for the next 120 seconds, so OG, when they do respawn, are gonna have to hit hard, but Aster, they might even be able to break high ground here.
Here we go, down the mid. From what was an 11,000 gold lead for OG, 2 Roshans back-to-back that they were able to secure. Now just down to a 2K lead, and it's OG that's gonna have to deal with Aster knocking at the base.
All right, this racks it.
I mean, you don't want to buy back, do you? 20 seconds, you're probably just going to have to let this one go. They'll be able to stick around through the fortification. They don't want to buy back these cores of OG, so they'll have to let at least one set fall.
They don't have anyone who can like capitalize. If they do buybacks, they don't have like a blink spear back. Like if they do buybacks, they don't have initiation.
That fear alone actually will save the racks. There. It means that Aster don't actually have the opportunity to stick around before the respawns come into play. So Tiger able to minimize the damage done off the back of that last incredible fight that Aster were able to bring on the defense.
But what's the solution? Now OG has to ask themselves, what do we do? How are we going to counter XXS? Because Black Hole is going to keep coming back up, and they're eventually going to have to fight into it and have to deal with it. So, yeah, like I was mentioning, I think the Blink might maybe need to get accelerated perhaps for some initiation, but Amar's not queuing it up. He's actually going AC, so we'll see how they just try to find and stop XXS.
Someone's got to deal with him.
I'm not seeing the solution. Sometimes I've seen Amar go for like the Basher with his Aghanims play, I think it was, like a couple of games ago, maybe like a couple months ago, something like that, but yeah, Aster. It feels like even though there's that gold lead, they have control of this game now.
The only answer, really, from OG is to fight when the Black Hole's not available. So 30-second window here, where they'll look to punish, look to get some kills. They get the grab on Ori, but BKB and a jump to the side. Ori should be fine here. Baboka, he's able to turn and get the setup into the Sonic Wave again onto the 3 of them, pushing them off to the side. The arena's been dropped by Amar. They should be able to commit and threaten Baboka, and indeed with the Goo stacking up a huge physical hit from the God's Rebuke. They'll take him down. BZM in position, but the BKB's out from Monet. Pops the BKB, walks it off. It'll just be the 2 supports here dying for either side. Baboka for Tiger.
OG's got to run now.
They have. They tried to pick this fight whilst the Black Hole threat wasn't there, but that window, it has closed. Double Black Hole ready to go again from XXS.
Aster definitely keen to fight as well too. PQ with the gem, clearing out all the wards in the area. The gem is actually Choose from the earlier push when they went for the high ground.
Radiant's top tower.
A fantastic game so far. 11-13.
It's so close still. It's so much pressure really on OG just because of this Enigma though.
It really is.
XXS just on point.
We may just be seeing, one of the reasons why Aster, not really a team you want to sort of give the luxury of getting a last pick Enigma through the draft.
Exactly, and they did early, like they started their draft with their Tiny, this is their traditional combo they've gone for over and over and over again. Yeah, they're smoking, they want the fight. They know they're stronger.
Maybe a bit of an answer there. They have the Hex done on so BZM.
Maybe he can be that initiator
Maybe
instead.
he can.
Let's see. If they don't kill XXS at the start of the fight, I don't see them having a chance.
This could be the difference maker. If BZM can find that jump, get that Hex off, buy that time for OG to start the fight, and force it in a way where the chaoticness may make it just that bit too difficult for XXS to find the opportunity.
Let's see. Aster sticking as a unit.
Definitely much the waiting game for Aster. They're more than happy to be the ones that OG walk into, as long as XXS isn't the one to tank the jump.
Yeah, it's really going to be all about next for Ocean, looking at buybacks. So taking a look at these right now, I think Amar, he's been holding his for a while, so he was hanging on to like 4,000 gold. So trying to have as many buybacks as possible versus those big, those big team fight plays is usually the ideal. As Aster trying to get a wrap around here.
OG's also smoked up. Everybody apart from Amar.
It's a pretty huge
Amar himself will have the invis. May even give him a chance to catch them by surprise.
And BZM also has an arcane rune, so some pretty powerful runes they do have for this fight.
Aster's got the high ground.
They found Chu.
They'll see Chu, but a quick blink from Chu gets him away from the combo of Provoker. They know that Aster's trying to make the jump on them now. As OG, they'll charge back into their jungle, pushing Aster to the back. As there's the jump back, says he's in. Black Hole this time around, only catching onto Yuragi. See if it's going to be enough to get the kill. Second Black Hole ready to go. This time catching Yuragi and the mark.
He's dying,
but
though.
it's not enough damage. This time OG, they survive the threat of the Enigma, and they're ready to clean up the kill. Freedom down from Baba. They'll focus towards Monet. PQ trying to keep him alive in the grave, but there's no saving the troll. As he'll fall, PQ chased down OG. They're able to find the fight.
And respawn on Roche. This could just be their window to end the game. Oh my god, they actually somehow reclaimed the high ground during the fight. They forced Aster to low ground, and from that point, XXS, it looked like he almost felt forced to go for these black holes, but I think on top of the back being turned, I think Amar maybe had the bulwark, I didn't see, but something was doing a ton of damage to the Enigma during
I think
that
it may have
black
been.
hole.
And now the push coming in. Buybacks are available from Aster, but of course it will be without the two black holes.
They're gonna knock on tier 4s, there's no black holes. They just need to watch out for tossback plays.
I mean, they're going to have to use the buybacks. PQ and Monet buying back into the action. We'll see if the four of them can hold back OG as indeed with the push they've got, they're rightly building up for Yuragi. The Aghanims of Amar, they're beating down on the tier 4s. They'll force out the fortification.
They're continuing though.
Here's the jump for Boca. They'll try and get the toss back. The hex there from BZM. BZM jumps in quick with the arcane link of the Requiem. That's the Boca out of the game. Aster held back in the fountain. The ancient exposed OG. They're looking to close it. They might be happy to take it by the way, but Ori, good angle from the side. Close the back to the side. Wait, Monet. He's in on top of Yuragi. Yuragi getting back. Yuragi in trouble. He's trying with the big game. He's outside. Yuragi's alive. Chu keeps him safe and sound. As he'll back off. Ori still continues trying to clean up with the bar. The arena's back up. Yuragi's got to be careful. Incredibly low, but he's ready to turn the look on him with the brave. Ori another kill. He's picking them off one by one. Ori looks towards Chu. Ultra kill for the Queen of Pain as Aster. They're holding. OG, they're throwing the buybacks into this fight. But I'm going to think and save the bar. He's trying to step back up the fear over towards Monet, and Bar will live.
He's still alive.
He's back up to full HP. Ori, he's got his eyes, his heart set on the rampage, and he may just get it. Amar, he's been left behind. Ori's in. We'll give him a pseudo rampage for that one.
Holy moly,
That's
what
so
a
many
hold.
buybacks. OG, that was 4 buybacks.
That was versus the 0 black holes as well. They couldn't end it.
And
They
now-
will get the Roche. But oh my god, next fight now there will be that double
There will
black
be
hole.
12 seconds until the initial black hole, 30 seconds until refresher. And that is terrifying for a team that doesn't have buybacks to fall back on.
Somehow Ori, like in this fight, there's just so many like distractions. Ori's just doing, look how much damage he did.
It's
He did
insane.
12,000 damage in that fight.
I mean, we've seen sort of the setup from XXS, but even in that fight where the sort of huge AoE team fight control wasn't in play, he's just hitting multiple, at least 3 heroes minimum every single time with every Sonic Wave.
And they had the control too in particular, right? Yuragi, he got stuck facing the Troll Warlord because of the bashes, which just allowed Ori to kind of go to town in the back line. Oh
Smoke
my
from
god, this
OG.
crazy game
They're going
right
to look
now.
for a huge play here around the Aegis and the cheese, but it could be their last. If they die, no buybacks, it will be game over. It's a risk to be taken, but of course the buybacks that are on cooldown for Aster, they're also the big ones. Monet and Ori, they don't have buybacks available. They kill. You know, whichever team loses the 2 main cores, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, Glyph on cooldown as well. Aghanims goes to BZM. Level 25 also acquired.
But XXS, he's ready.
That's eyes on him. And will he die during the black hole this time also?
It's been a lot of physical damage that he does have to deal with even when he grabs them.
His damage is also crazy though too, because I think he did finish up the Aghanim Scepter, so even more damage that's going to be kicking off. I think this will probably kill them fast enough before he dies this time around, but yeah, we'll see, because they do have the cheese, they have the Satanic, all this tankiness, and the Chu, of course. Chu, time and time again, getting these saves.
Yeah. And it really is easy time for you on this.
Yeah.
One of the answers that may just give you the chance to survive through these incredibly destructive combos that XXS is throwing at you.
Near level 25 on Monet. He's got it. That can be a pretty big one too. I mean, he's always going to be able to survive in any initiation that OG does go for. And Amar, he did go for Blink Dagger finally. So they do have a form of initiation besides his BZM blinking him with Hex.
He's got that fully on disc himself. So multiple heroes getting close to having the abilities to survive through the jump if Aster does catch them.
Aster, though, feeling the pressure of that lack of buybacks versus this Aegis, giving the respect, staying in their base for now.
See how much OG want to try and push it around this Aegis.
This is still like, I'm sweating right now. This is such a close game. Anybody can take it at this point.
OG's ready to reveal themselves. Up to the high ground they go. Yuragi pushing forward. 2 minutes left on the Aegis to look for this fight with. Ancient exposed. Who's going to start? Who's going to make the first move? It's Maboka. Look at the toss back onto Yuragi. Big damage there.
Holy!
Like the bristle falls so quickly. Dandy just got an extra
Solo black hole.
He'll drop the black hole. He wants the lockdown of R2. Will throw in the heels from the side. Refreshing pot. But Alex is there. Onto X6. He's down again.
The throne.
No buyback in for the Enigma. As OG now look to close it. Onto the Ancient they go. It's game over. It's GG. And OG will take game one.
The Glyph still being down. Amar, the Aeon Disc was available too. That black hole again for X6S. This time not working out as OG. They persevere. Had the lead kind of the majority of this game. Some amazing plays from Aster, but OG, they had this one pretty much the whole game with their farm. I think only at one point it did dip into Aster's favor on that win probability, but damn, what a game one.
I mean, I don't think you can ask for much more from an opening game in the grand finals. Both teams bring in the top stuff here to start this series off, and yeah, at the end, that Hex, it was what got him in the end. BZM able to make sure that XXS didn't get that second set of black holes off. I mean, what an opening, what a start. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this one here in Malaysia. We've got many more games to go. Aster not able to deal with OG in this first game, as OG will take the lead for now.
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
The kind of love I got for you, don't take no for an answer. It's like you came out of the blue and moved me like a dancer. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine.
Hello, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. Are you ready for the DHL drop? Fantastic. That's right. We are looking for the best signs out there in the crowd. Today is the last day, by the way, to win that free trip to go to the International. But today you get to win this very heavy box of goodies provided by our friends at DHL. So let's get it started. Let's find ourselves some signs in the crowd and pick ourselves a winner. Second hypest thing to be happening for the next 4 hours, besides, you know, the Dota games. All right, let's take a look. Mom, you are the best. Don't tell Dad. Oh, that's very sad. That makes me, my heart hurt. Your poor papa. He loves you so. We're here for the OG. All right, pretty good. I like the Observer Award, and that's looking pretty hype. What else we got anywhere else? Let's keep looking. We do Sand King Battle. Oh, beautiful. I like Sand King. No pandering, guys. No pandering. All right, let's find some more signs out there. Let's keep looking. I'll tell you some signs I see in front of me. Let's see. I didn't choose to support life. The support life chose me. That's beautiful. Dota is bigger than Mobile Legends. That's just a fact. I mean, you're just writing things down. Let's see. You need pick techies. Where is MGod? Forced 50% of the myth. That's just not true. Sorry, Val. I mean, I know the secrets. Anyway, keep looking, keep looking. Do it for Seb. Yeah, a lot of Sebs out there. Lots of Dota 2 players are forever alone. Okay, that one's too real. I don't want to make you win. That's depressing. All right. Let's get somebody up from the top of the crowd. Let's go back. Yeah, that's a lot of signs. Zoom me in over there. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna pick one. It's time to pick a winner. I've seen many. Show me a good sign. Here we go. Oh, that's a beautiful CM picture. That's looking pretty. You know what? That guy's been here all day. I see that sign all gosh darn day. Bring that CM up here. CM ATM, bring him up. This, he has been there all day. Yes, you, to the stage. No, CM, the beautiful CM drawing. Yes, Crystal Medine. Run to the stage, push everyone out of your way, kick them. DHL drop kick them if you must. Get up here. Oh, yeah, we got a big prize here. Mr. CM drawing. I hope he drew. I hope his girlfriend didn't draw. I don't know. Oh, no, that's what they always say. Please, on the way here for the box. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. This man has been here all day. He did not take off his team's secret jersey despite their defeat. He's a proud boy, a very, very beautiful puppy supporter. Welcome to the stage. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Not even out of breath. I would have collapsed from exhaustion if I did what you just did. Well done. What is your name?
You can call me EE.
Okay, fantastic. You want to have a shot at warming up this crowd? What do you think? Can you give me a let's go and then your favorite team?
Let's go Secret.
Oh no, I have some terrible news for you. You're not gonna like this, my friend. All right, let's get away from that sad moment and open your box. Congratulations, don't drop it now. Okay, what do we have here? Show the crowd. First, keyboard. Oh, and that's a beauty right there. Look at this, babe. Oh, there we go. Got a few more things. The water bottle. Oh, beautiful water bottle. And an SSD and a pen. There you have. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Do you own any computer? Great. I'll put it in the box. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the DHL drop. Congratulations. Keep those beautiful arts coming. And there you have it. Thank you guys so much. You are the best crowd in the world. We will be back with more Dota 2 action. But for now, keep it where you're at. We'll send it back to the panel.
Yeah, we got a winner for the DHL Drop Quiz, and we got a winner for Game 1 of this Best of 5 Grand Finals. It was OG that is able to take down the throne of Aster here in this first game. And we're going to go back to the very beginning of this game first, because it was a little bit of a quiet start. This is definitely not at the start, though. This is not the start at all. This is actually when Aster started waking up, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, Aster really had some good moments, but if you want to take it back to the start, Cheever, I think that OG actually had a really interesting concept going on in this game. So they had really durable side laners. in the Bristleback and the Mars, so that both of the supports could play it around the Shadow Fiend, who we were concerned about in the drafting panel before this. So it actually turned out so well for them in that they actually had the resources to put in their SF without losing anything. And of course, that first blood really helped.
Yeah, gave him the much needed sustain to survive a co-op, and I feel the warding in early game really protected him. All 3 wards spent on their jungle, and the supports were very quick to rotate whenever SF got a little bit of pressure, and gave him a good game.
Good game indeed. Also, we are on the panel with Insania. Insania, when you see Aster versus OG, what does your attention go to in a series like this? What are you trying to look out for?
I mean, I think it's like OG's probably the only team from Europe that's proven that they can consistently do well against the Chinese teams. I know Tommy said, because Aster knocked him out of the major, and he was really, really salty about it. So he's like, this tournament, we're going to get our revenge. So I know he's really fired up for this event.
Well, it's showing.
They got some pretty good revenge, didn't they? I think they played around the Bristleback Roche timings really nicely. Aster did a really excellent job of avoiding OG for a lot of that game, though. It was very quiet. They dodged them wherever they could. OG were in a situation where they were trying to force it, but they just couldn't. And sometimes it led to a little bit of maybe going uphill and getting 3-man black hold by XXS once or twice. But overall, they did clutch it. I think the Mars played a really great role there. I think Enigma not pressing BKB in that final fight, though, was kind of a mistake by Aster as well.
Yeah, it was a rough time. Aster did a really good job in Djibouti at the start to avoid those fights until they believed they were ready, and which was that first pre-Roche fight, I guess. And you saw Aster running in, and then they lose 3, they don't get anybody in return, they don't even get the black hole off altogether.
Yeah, but Boca had a wonderful initiation, tossed back the Mars onto the, no, I think he meant to toss it to the Bristleback, but it ended up to his teammate, and then XSS wasn't able to react and pop his BKB, and then he ended up being speared, and they lost the fight just because of that.
But that was very clutch by the Mars there.
Yeah, and how many times are we gonna do this? I believe we're gonna do this maybe, well, at least 2 more times perhaps if it continues like this. If they continue picking him, Mars, if they continue letting Mars through, Amar is the MVP of this first game of the finals. Insania, does that come as a surprise to you?
ATF being the MVP when he's playing Mars?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I could not believe it when I saw it. No, of course not. I mean, ATF plays a really good Mars, and I think he's one of these players that just does not hesitate. When you play against OG, what you really feel like is these Zoomers, they don't hesitate, and they're so fast. Like, you miss that for half a second, you're dead. You're just gone. And I mean, he showed it in the last fight, right? Enigma comes up slightly too far, go. Insta. No hesitation.
And I think the Mars also ended up, even when he got black hole, did a lot of damage, right? There was this one time where Aster were the aggressors, and they smoked into OG's jungle, and they got the good black holes off, but because of the Mars Aghanim Spear and the Bristleback Quills, XXS actually ended up killing himself in the black hole, both of them. So that was a little bit of unfortunate synergy there, too.
It's like an old OG concept when you're playing against a lot of stuns. They used to play like Spectres and stuff. They just dealt damage while they're locked down. So it's cool to see ATF like, bringing back a similar concept but with a different hero and in a way that isn't really that popular.
No, it's not that popular. Another thing that's not that popular was, I believe, the item build that we saw Monet go for on the Troll. It's something that Ninja Boogie, you wanted to highlight for this one.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well, and they really needed this Aghanims up. Otherwise, Omni Knight was a great pick, but with this Aghanim Scepter, you can dispel both the Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angel. And yeah, that was one of their strong timings that they were waiting for. And unfortunately, when they didn't go for an aggressive play with that smoke, XSS was just a little bit too slow to pop that BKB.
Yeah, of course, I mean, great itemization. Did not play out the way they wanted it to, of course, now being a game down. And I wanna look forward to the second game and talk about lessons learned from this, because we want to see some adaptations. It's not the first time that Aster has dropped a game this event, but they've only dropped 2, and it was during the group stages. They've had an easy road thus far. Obviously, it's a best of 5. It's a little bit different. But what would we like to see changed going into game 2, I think?
So I think that Aster actually, they were trying to inflict a little bit of mental damage in this game 1 by giving the Mars away and beating it, because they went for that first pick Tiny, which isn't really that contested when they play the Mars and they're also dependent on the Mars. So they wanted to just take out OG's Mars from the beginning, show them that they're not scared of it, but it kind of backfired. So I do think that in game 2, this Mars will probably be banned by the side that does not have first pick.
All right, well that seems like an easy enough solution. What do you think, Insania? Will that be enough to sway the chances for Aster?
I missed the drafting phase, unfortunately. I was being shuttled over here, so I didn't really see it. But I think put Ori on a hero that buys BKB and then just goes around and kills people. I think that's like, when I think of Aster, I really think of Ori buying BKB and then, he plays the Ori game. Let him play some Razor, some Storm, some first item BKB hero. I feel like Quap isn't quite that.
No, and it was a first phase Quap in this time as well. It was also one of the first times we saw Shadow Fiend. We don't see it that often. We are moments away from the draft. Ninja Boogie, I would like to have some quick thoughts on that Shadow Fiend because it was the first time we saw BZM play it. I think maybe once before he played it, but that was when they were already secured in the groups.
It didn't really impress me. It was kind of set up for success based on the first blood and the supports playing around it. But Aster's a team that always fights man, so I don't really think SF's that great of a pick. What do you think, Insania?
I mean, it's a pretty good matchup against Queen mid, and I think with the changes that has been made in this last patch, I mean, you want to play on side lanes more, so SF's not going to get rotated on as much as he would have in the last patch, so potentially something good. Like I said, unfortunately I missed the first half of the game, but I think it's a cool hero. It can definitely be good. I think
the Arcane Blink was it's pretty cool, but just didn't really, I think it was more like Aster made a couple mistakes towards the end.
I have to ask Aiden, don't you feel like letting this Mars through again and proving you can beat it is a little bit stubborn?
I think Aster can call GG right now. It's over.
But, I mean, from your experience, when a team kind of runs back the desire to beat a hero, like a certain team's pick?
I mean, usually when you come into a series, you've done at least 15 mock drafts.
Okay.
And you've gone through all the scenarios and you looked at which scenarios can we approach properly. Like, they probably figured out that, Chen and Shaker, we can't draft our games. We cannot play our game against these heroes. So we have no choice but to give them the Mars and try to beat it. You might see if they lose this game, for game 3, maybe they shift it up, but I think usually that's kind of what happens when you go into a series and you end up picking something like this. So this, to me, signals that they're confident in whatever idea they had prepping for the series, which is a good sign. Aster still believes.
I can see that, and I think by shifting the Queen of Pain to the Puck, which is a hero that naturally does better against Mars because you can phase shift dodge these spears and you can make his game a little bit harder, that may be another take that they have to it.
Yeah, we got a couple of respect bans coming up from previous game as well. The Dazzle and the Enigma removed by OG, as well as the Willow removed by Aster. Don't want to face that Taiga Willow again.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mars combos, right? Dark Willow Mars, we used to do it all the time in Liquid. Tommy loves playing this, so yeah, it's a good ban. I think removing Tommy from his comfort is a very good way of approaching playing against him, because he has these heroes that he just played so many times.
Yeah, we got a couple of saving supports removed as well. The Oracle, we saw it banned out previous game as well. And the Omni Knight, of course, saw it shine on Chu previous game.
Yeah, he played that phenomenally.
But they definitely placed a lot of respect on that Enigma performance last game by taking it out. It's also just an exceptionally strong hero with Tiny.
Yeah. So you see, when OG opens up with 2 cores like this, they go Mars Ember, you're gonna know, that 16-17, the upcoming 2 picks, is very likely gonna be their 2 supports. And the idea behind this is usually try to get very nice lane matchups. So we have Aster picking their support initially here with a Tiny, and then you're gonna see another support from Aster before you pick both of your supports. And this is a nice way to set up your side lanes to win. Aster, of course, very aware, so they end up just banning a lot of support heroes out from OG.
Would you also want to remove any heroes that might do well against, I mean, the Ember is a flex pick, but we've seen it mostly on Yuragi, actually, for OG.
Yeah, I mean, I think BZM plays it as well. A hero I'm concerned with, if I'm Aster right now, is TA.
Yeah.
I feel like it could be a very tricky puck game. If Mars also buys Yules, you have Ember to slide him and poke him off the lane, you suddenly have very, very good answers to puck all across the board. So I think they surely are considering banning it.
I also wonder if OG are looking at Phoenix for this next phase, because it does feel like it's a pretty solid Phoenix game, right? You see this Tiny, so you know that you're going to get value out of your Sunray. You're going to have your Mars combo. You don't get the Willow again, but Phoenix is one of the natural heroes that is picked up with Mars. Thing is, OG did play Phoenix twice during the group stages, I believe, and both games were losses, so I'm not sure how confident or comfortable they are on that hero.
Well, they won't get to play it. Aster bans it out. It's a good ban. It makes sense. It's a Mars combo.
None
strong
of the
against
heroes
Tiny.
can deal with the Phoenix right now.
Yeah. I mean, Puck can't really kill Phoenix as well. Phoenix was a very high hero HP pool at the start of the game. So
Can I get a Paiku? Did I say it right? Piku? Paiku?
Piku?
Yeah, Piku.
Piku Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, plays it phenomenally.
So since the patch dropped, Aster actually put high emphasis on Wyvern, especially within the first phase, and I think what they really like about this
10
hero is,
seconds remaining.
regardless of whether it's being picked to counter something, they like its ability to just
5
skirmish
seconds
early on. Like
remaining.
one good Winter's Curse can dissuade an entire push and maybe shift the tides of a game.
OGs.
So because of
Crowd's definitely happy about this pick.
I mean, they might not be picking Centaur and building an Aghanims on it, but they do get a crowd favorite in getting the techies on board here.
It is a position 5 techie still, because, I mean,
it's true.
10
It's true.
seconds
True.
Yeah,
Techies.
remaining.
He's a Techies extraordinaire. Yeah.
It does
5
counter the
seconds
Wyvern, you know, if you do cold embrace a target, you set him up for a lot of landmines, he's gonna blow up.
Yeah, I'm not much of a believer in techies unless it's Zayat's playing it usually. I just feel like this hero does one thing very well, which is damage, but nothing else exceptionally well.
Turn to battle.
Okay,
Phantom Assassin.
Monet, PA. I feel it's gonna be a pretty rough Puck game. You know, one disable from him, and then you get a techies flying in. He's gonna be dead.
How do you feel about the safe lane? PA Wyvern matching up against Mars Techies.
10 seconds.
It can be
remaining.
rough, but I feel like there is
5
some
seconds
potential
remaining.
for success here if you do jump the techies.
I just feel like Amar's gonna buy 2 bracers,
Yeah.
or maybe even 3, and he's gonna sit in that lane, and he's gonna get every single CS. And at some point, this Winter Wyvern is like,
Team
my spells do
Aster's
nothing.
turn
He just
to
regions
battle.
it passively, and this Techies is out trading us
OG's
super
turn
hard
to
on the
battle.
lane. So I feel like Aster's safe lane, I'm really worried for right now.
It's also just a stick dispenser lane, right? You just buy sticks on both of these heroes, and you can probably
Goes
win
both ways,
the
too.
skirmishes early on. But I think potentially they could look towards tri-laning the first couple of levels with the Tiny, getting those quick kills on the techies, and then maybe going
10
top.
seconds.
Yeah, I was gonna bring
remaining.
up like they're definitely gonna just play safe until Boboka rotates top because he does
5
love
seconds
rotating
remaining.
around and setting up some kills.
Because this can be a high kill lane, right? Wyvern does provide a lot of slow, so does the PA. It's just that in terms of actually being able to kill someone as tanky as Mars, who's going to have that stick and then potentially a raindrop later to offset some of the Wyvern damage, it might be difficult. But I do think this Tiny should be looking towards
Team
playing around
Aster's
these
turn
heroes
to
right now.
battle. OG's turn to
I must say, this is, I think, one of the first times I've seen in a grand finals a team not using a
Aster's
single
turn
second.
to
Aster is drafting like they know exactly what they want. We got a Terrible 8 coming out for OG, so that will be Iragi's hero, and then BZM will be on that Ember. But yeah, Aster not using a single second in that bonus time. This is a pre-prepared plan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they gave up the Mars again, and like we talked about with the mock drafts, for sure,
10
they've gone through these
seconds
scenarios. They
remaining.
know, like, Ember isn't like an unexpected pick against Puck, so they must have seen this
5
potentially
seconds
coming.
remaining.
I think the 2 supports from OG might have been a bit of a curveball, but yeah, when I look at the 2 drafts right now, I just worry for the safe lane of Aster. I feel like you're giving up the Mars, you have an idea going up against it. I like the tri-lane idea that you guys have. I think bringing the Tiny into that lane fairly early is going to be important, but I wonder what hero you want to put in the off lane that can kind of sustain solo now. With Timber being kind of nerfed, there's a lot of
Bat
magic
Rider's
damage on
so
OG side.
open.
Yeah.
And also the Dawnbreaker that Aster was so dependent on did get a pretty significant nerf with the Celestial Hammer
Jab
range.
was talking about that.
Yeah. I think you must be looking at some sort of illusion clear offlaner here. And I mean, XXS plays like these like kind of carry-ish offlaners. He has the ability to take over games very easily, so I'm thinking Timbersaw, but I'm not sure if it's a good hero here.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but then you're playing against this Nyx, and you've also got the damage coming out of Techie, so there are ways to address it, but it doesn't really feel like there's anything else. I guess you could also go the Beastmaster approach and just try to invade the Turbolite early on, but that doesn't sound great either.
Tricky thing with Beast into TV is when he reflects you, he gets the inner
aura.
Beast aura, so he deals incredible amounts of damage. So I think
and he gets all that aura buff too, like,
Yeah,
because you're going to
exactly.
be going the Helm of the Overlord and
Ooh.
this side.
They stick with the same colors,
Now
maybe,
select
at
your
least.
heroes.
The Visage. What are we thinking?
Aster's colors are definitely better.
Okay.
They make more sense together, I
They
feel
do.
like. Mickey was giving me fashion advice earlier. So, yeah, I'm not the best person when it comes to this, but I think he would also prefer the Aster colors. However, I do think I prefer the OG draft. I just think this Mars is too unanswered, and he's going to have too free of a lane.
We've seen the power of Visage in the hands of Fnatic yesterday. Even though they didn't exactly win that game, we know how well that hero can scale and what it can do if it gets a good start. So hopefully it's enough for Aster, because I do not want this to be a 3-0 Grand Finals. I believe in them. They're going to bring it back.
Yeah, I do believe Aster's going to win this time.
I know we have maybe a little bit of a bias panelist on the panel. I mean,
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I don't know if you guys can see, but
I don't think they can. But I got all their signatures on my shirt.
All the
so
signatures.
maybe a little
OG.
bit of bias.
A little bit of bias. We're going to find out if, if OG is going to be at match point after this game number 2, or maybe Aster can tie the score. Let's head over to our commentary duo. It's Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, we were given quite the delight with that game 1 here between OG and Aster. Of course, OG being able to take the lead so far in this best of 5. This game 2 draft, Fogged, again, lots of exciting things that are standing out. I mean, what's sort of jumping out to you most out off the back of this draft?
There's Amar's first pick, Owen. Amar's getting it again. He's going to get to do his beautiful stuff. But looking at the overall draft, we do have a PA versus Terrorblade. We saw the other day, the PA, Monet especially, get the double Rampage in particular versus that Terrorblade lineup from Secret. But he was addressed a little bit more, the TB, in that matchup, because the TB is the counter pick for the PA. But this game, the TB only really has to worry about the Wyvern in particular. So we'll see how Aster's going to be able to apply that pressure, because OG, as usual, triple scaling lineup, very strong into later stages of the game. Aster, lots of team fight to kind of round things out and maybe try to dominate. So I'd give Aster a little bit of advantage in the overall team fight aspect of the game.
Okay. Okay, well indeed, we did see the other day Monet, I believe, get a double Rampage on the PA.
Versus a Terrorblade.
Yeah, so he's done it before.
Yeah, and let's see how this the Visage is going to do. We saw I think the exact same picks, right, from Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken. The Tiny plus Visage, they actually put a lot of pressure. Don't think they ended up winning the game, but it was still a really strong draft that we saw.
Well, so he's set up here around the rune. Unlikely that OG is going to want to step down into this.
I'm excited to watch Chu playing techies too, because I don't think I've seen him. I don't think I got to see him play here. Can't recall, but I know he's been playing most of his his Chan, his Earthshaker, his Omnis, more traditional defensive kind of styles. This is straight aggression. So I'm looking to see what he's going to be able to do with it, because he's honestly Chu's been a standout for me for OG.
He really has. Coming in here at this LAN and just slipping into the playing position, completely perfect.
Yeah. See how these runes kick out. Looks like it should just be the 2 for 2. Or he will get the D in the mid lane. So Puck versus that Ember matchup. We've talked about it ad nauseum. The slight spam versus the Puck. We see the Puck sometimes get like a chainmail or something to offset it, something. But Ori, he's so comfortable with this matchup. I think he should do pretty okay with just the constant right-click harass. And he also gets the D ward, which I think is really important. You're always going to be able to get that extra harassment onto BZM. But at the same time, BZM's also played this matchup a million times, so should both come up pretty even.
Both mids incredibly mobile. They'll be jumping around the fights. I mean, overall, who's going to have the easier game on their hands, would you imagine, when you look at the counters that both BZM and Ori have to deal with on their respective sides?
BZM just has to mostly just worry for Coil. I think that's the biggest one. Sure, you'll have to worry later down the lines of the tiny Blink Dagger, but besides that, I think Ori's going to have a little bit of a tougher time. Tons of physical damage that's going to be kicking out from the Ember and the Mars, and then the silence that comes in from Techies, and the most obvious one, of course, the Nyx. Carapace is very difficult for Puck.
Obviously, there was quite a period where Nyx just wasn't really picked, even there, that we were seeing so many Pucks, but it definitely feels back in this tournament, people are really realizing that Nyx Assassin, you throw him back into the mix, and suddenly the Pucks game completely changes. Ori has to be so careful how he looks to commit when he goes for the plays.
Hero's also gotten a lot of changes in buffs, especially in last pack. Even 50 range on the stun is pretty huge, to be honest with you, and some talent reworks and whatnot through the last few patches, so I think the Heroes actually had a place for some time. I think people were just afraid of picking it, because we had a moment where it was literally like Puck Dawnbreaker every game during the DPC, and people still weren't picking Nyx, so glad to see it coming back. Taiga, a nice little move here, dragging the creeps out of the tower. Aggro, Yuragi, also trying to do the same. So just trying to reach this creep equilibrium that we see teams do so much.
Because we see from Aster very much trying to drag the creeps around to not play the lane head on. I mean, and with regards to how both lanes are sort of settling down for both sides, who's going to have the easier start to this game out of Monet and Yuragi?
I actually think they both should have some pretty okay free farm. They both just have like the worry of this big nuke damage that's coming out, one from a Techies and one from a Soul Assumption. So we'll see how Yuragi's able to at least withstand on his side. But Monet has tons of stick charges that you get in this lane versus Techies and Mars. Like, he's constantly going to be sitting at 10 wand. And he should, I think PQ might get the Cold Embrace at 3 also, just to offset the physical. So I think both of them will kind of farm about the same. Maybe Visage will just, the Visage will just get less than Mars will.
And of course, talking about the Visage, the last pick this game for Aster, what does this hero sort of offer here in this situation? And why do you think they fell on this? Of course, it's something that we see a lot, but what is its strengths in this type of game?
I think it rounds up their draft to have some push. I think they didn't really have any way to actually take objectives very easy until they had this hero. And he's going to buy these auras that's going to be pretty nice to counteract like the physical damage that OG does have. And for Aster, a lot of times when I see the way that they draft and they play, it's, you know, lanes are, they make sure they have like decent lanes, but their game is usually all about the team strategy. Like when they group up as a unit, how strong is it going to be? And Visage is, you know, one of the better ones to group around. A lot of denies. Yuragi, 9 denies versus
yeah,
the
he's
Visage.
been playing fantastic with the illusions. Bit of an attempt here on towards Monet.
Good harass.
So it's definitely going to get less fun this lane as the levels start to roll in for Chu. Massive amounts of damage output that he can offer. It's going to be too much fun for Monet to try and survive through.
He's actually just sitting very low. Like he really has to be careful on
Has
Monet.
to. It's a huge amount of burst that these two can offer. He'll jump to the side. Cold Embrace will give a bit of a heal. No further spells for Chu to throw out quite yet. But we'll have a final mine under the tower. Won't be enough damage, but still Monet just kept so low on this bottom lane, and they're running out of regen.
All right, yeah, so there we go. We get to see it. Yeah, Yuragi's going to get the much better treatment. Also, interesting to point, Yuragi went Bracer. So, like we said, some type of maybe way to offset the damage that comes out from Visage. So, yeah, Monet, going to have to find a way for him to get some better secured farm. He could still just die. He's sitting so low HP.
It's dangerous down there.
Like a spear connect on the tower.
He does? Amar able to find the angle. Cold Embrace gives a bit of a heal.
Chu, tower's hitting him.
I mean, Chu might die instead if they're able to find some sort of jump in, and a deep one is going to go for it. Gets in, gets the first blood. Can Amar find the trade? He can. The spear comes in. Amar will be able to take down Monet in return. Back over in the mid. The toss back onto BZM. We'll see the body blocks as well from Ori. Keeping those tower hits coming in hard. Inside of fifth down from BZM. He's the one that gets the kill, and he's able to walk away.
Cool itemization, the Blades of Attack build with the Blightstone. Don't really see the Blades picked up early, not the first item.
I mean, yeah, those two items, that combo, that gets the kill.
Yep.
Without that, he's probably dying there, BZM, and not able to walk away with the life of Ori.
Uh-oh, all 3 lanes going OG's favor already. Sure, they get the first blood on Monet, but you just see
Chibaboka's going to try again.
Let's see.
He's got another toss, but not quite able to toss it all the way back to Ori, just over towards the creep wave. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there.
I think he didn't have range. Or he tried to use the Waning Rift to pull him closer to tower, but...
Top lane. XXS. Body blocks from Tiger.
He's in trouble.
Causing some issues. So you'll see him be able to walk it off, but again, another lane where the cores just all across the map are getting incredibly harassed here by OG in this laning stage. We'll see once more this play. I mean, it looks like Ori's got a decent amount of HP, but as we say, with the build that BZM has, this sleight of fist hurts so much at this early stage of the game for a puck.
Yeah, level 6 so early now on this Ember Spirit. You can just go back up, reset, and kind of continue to apply this pressure onto Ori. Yeah, so far, all 3 lanes looking great for OG, even slowing down Monet quite heavily. And this is Boboka making, look, he's the one who ganked. That's the scariest thing.
They started it. They really did. They tried to see if they could catch BZM by surprise, but I mean, as you saw in sort of game 1 when it came to the laning stage, very clear that OG, you know, they were prepared for these sort of mid plays, these mid moves that Aster try and hit the enemy with early.
And I do want to point out also, Ori, I thought he was going to pick up Chainmail first. Wait, Monet.
I mean, he's looking pretty dead here. We'll try and run with the blur, but again, OG able to take him down. A second kill for Amar.
Relentless aggression. And Chu, we're seeing this techies working out really nicely. But yeah, pointing out Ori, he went for Gloves of Haste in the mid lane rather than going for that chainmail that we talked about to offset the physical damage that comes out from Ember. So
doesn't feel like that early attack speed is going to really offer him a sort of much. Maybe a bit of an extra opportunity to get the CS with the right click, but it's definitely not, as you say, that sort of impactful 450 gold item or 550 gold that could give you some sort of help against an Ember.
And in both, I've seen him now multiple times. He played versus the Kunkka, he went the chainmail. So yeah, Ori maybe trying a different approach, but
yeah, maybe it was a case of buying when he was dying, wanted to spend the gold. So this time round, Monet will get back up. See the spear, hold back Monet for now, but with the rotation of Ori, Amar should die. He'll have some stick charges, pushes back the 2 of them.
Nice
coils there though. Ori making sure to hold on to it until Chu jumps in so he can grab the 2 of them and secure both of the kills. An excellent rotation from the puck.
And he gets the courier as well too, Ori. Very nicely done. Perfect phase shift. Has just waiting long enough for the stream coil.
See that BZM, he's come over in return. And he's going to look to try and find some kills back himself. He should get PQ as Conor Brace comes to an end. Oh, actually, that's a slow remnant, but it's just fast enough to close in. As BZM managing to get one hero out of this move. Not quite as big as sort of the golden XP that, of course, that Ori was able to pick up with that rotation.
But he's able to refill the bottle immediately from Amar, so he's able to keep his impact and keep making his way on the map, make his match toward Ori, and contest this rune again.
Let's have a look. Power rune coming in.
Chu gets
in with a jump. Silence onto the two of them. There's a regen rune. The BZM's going to be able to bottle up. And he'll definitely try to run down these two. The sleight of fist just hurting so much Ori. He's got to escape this, but a remnant's at the ready. But Ori baits it out! He doesn't jump to the orb. And yeah, BZM weren't ready for that there as Ori bluffs his way back to base.
I mean, that was a little lucky there for Ori, gotta be honest, but a nice play baiting out of BZM's jump away. They will lose Baboka, but again, another rune. They're just consistently protecting BZM to get all this type of advantage. Yuragi under no pressure whatsoever after laning phase.
Yeah, he's having a great time in his jungle.
This is a pretty big concern. As we mentioned, the TB pick is kind of that counter pick versus the PA, and him off to this start. Looking pretty good for OG. Giving Taiga the lane top also now. Aster, they do have level 6 on XXS, so Taiga does have to be a bit careful.
They want to get in under the tower. Should have a good chance of finding Taiga. Yuragi wants to start a fight though against these two. TP's coming in.
Okay,
BZM's ready to help out. Yuragi try and secure some of these kills. He should be able to chase out XXS. He's got the movement speed, and indeed XXS nowhere to run. Is OG realizing that they can respond and get Yuragi involved in some very early action in response to the dive from Aster.
And it's all these, I always like to mention these little things that do add up. It's, you know, BZM getting the move bottom that works well, getting his bottle refilled, getting the regen mid. It allows him to be able to make these rotations constantly on the map.
Of course, down on the bottom side of the map whilst that top play was going on, Chu gets sniped there by the blast.
That was a
Splinter blast at PQ.
Pretty solid advantage.
Again, setting up around these 10-minute power in spawn.
Every time. Two gets it.
It's going to end up being up top.
Oh, the catch Ori!
He's in trouble. The chains into the silence from Chu. Leaves Ori completely helpless once again around the mid and continues to build this distance here. You know, BZM just getting further and further ahead this game.
They're on fire with the way that they're playing around him, really. The two supports always there to pressure Ori. Chu might get chased out here from Monet.
Is he going for any sort of deny to the neutrals? Whoop. He's going to try. No. Monet has the damage. And should be able to get out of this area of the map. Has a TP. Well, I say that, but actually BZM's looking for him. The blur will protect him from the slight.
He will be okay. Very fortunate for Monet.
And back to the safety of his tier 1 tower.
Oh, nice TP.
Making moves towards the Battle Fury. He's, you know, not too far behind, about 1,000 between him right now and Yuragi, a gap that can absolutely close if he gets the Battle Fury in good time.
It is a single core PA lineup though, and with the lanes going this difficult, you know, you see that triple core that OG likes to draft. Monet definitely has his work cut out for him this game.
Baboka. The catch on Taiga.
The Carapace actually catches at the end.
They're going to drop the Dream Coil. Sun will miss. I mean, he'll try and do his best to live as long as he can. Even trying to block himself in there with a branch, but they'll still get him. Same time down bottom, OG looking for the bigger move. They're going for the carry. Looking for Monet. They'll settle for PQ first. He's caught by the chains again into the silence from Chu to the side. And now Monet is alone. TP's on cooldown.
They know this.
Best he can do is hide in the trees. We'll see how much they want to search for him. We'll start to see Chu scan through the tree line.
Chu knows that the TP's on cooldown from him TPing down here.
Indeed, you would imagine they keep track of it.
Oh,
and he's going to be able to spot him out. He's found Monet, and on his own, you know, they know Monet's not got a chance. Chu throwing the tip in as Monet, helpless, caught in the trees.
OG just ruthless with their aggression this game. And just Yuragi having the time of his life in the jungle as this Terrorblade. Level 10, nearly level 11 already at this point.
He's going to be massive.
He is super farmed. He's going to be pretty much 3 levels above Monet as the counter pick, you know, the counter core matchup, the TB versus PA.
And we see Aster trying to get into the jungle of OG, but Yuragi just a step ahead, making sure that every spot that he enters into to hit the creeps is far, far away from any chance of being caught by Aster.
They have to start kicking the pace up somehow on the side of Aster. Like XXS and Ori need to maybe make moves together and try to go for this next tower. Because yeah, just the farm on the map. Like OG, they scale harder this game for sure. And getting this type of advantage this early is going to kind of set the tempo for that.
I might look to get back into this area. I mean, they're going to jump straight in.
Off the mark.
BZM will get held back by a curse momentarily. Baboka looking for a toss opportunity onto Amar, but he knows he can't do it. He tries to step back, but the setup's there with the arena and the spear. TPs are coming in though. Aster, they've got the numbers to get the kills out of this one this time. They'll take down Chu.
I think XXS has to start doing this. He has to start getting involved because the 2 supports on the side of Aster, just very limited damage that really comes out from them. The Tiny does okay damage when he has his full combo out, but yeah, they need this 3rd hero. Now they can start pressuring the mid tower. I think this is exactly what they needed to do to kind of react. But OG, not too fussed. Gonna just continue farming. BZM gonna try to slow it down. That early Maelstrom will help slow down that push.
I mean, they're going to bring further TPs in. Yeah, OG don't want to let this one go down for free. Already Tiger trying to set up with a Vendetta. He's looking for the opening, but the phase shifts there. Jump back in from Ori. He'll go for the Dream Comedy. He gets caught by the silence of Chu. Ori's down. As again, the techies catching him by surprise. Double kill in for the side of OG. As there's 2 dead, ready to clean up more. BZM runs down PQ. He'll get the double. Stun opening from Tiger allows Yuragi to step in towards XXS. He'll try and get out with a boost in movement speed. He's under the tier 2, but BZM, he's ready to dive. Slight and change. OG, they get a 4.
OG's just powering up over and over again. Everything's working out in their favor. Chu, as we mentioned, his techies, one of the first times he's playing with it, he's very aggressive, but a perfect silence. It actually goes past the point where Ori thought he was going to dodge, and it connects onto him in the backline anyway.
Yeah, he's landing them every time. Chuno's, he's got some great setup, of course, from his teammates, but even in these situations where it's coming in a little later, he's always compensating for where the key heroes are going to be. He knows where to land Chu.
OG just, one step ahead always, it feels like, knowing that they can do this big defense and literally losing nobody. Not even Chu dies.
And getting Yuragi involved. You know, not only still sitting at the top net worth, but now at this point of the game, very early, 13 minutes in, where the TV's able to step up to these fights and start to pick up some of the XP and gold himself.
When you're able to get this many levels on TB also, it's like now he's going to accelerate so much faster. He's already got max conjure image, he's got talents, he's got etc.
And back in action, Ori's dead again.
Oh boy.
We won't even be able to get back into the game before he dies another time here. OG just catching him out countless times. I'm playing in a bit of a dangerous spot here, close to the tier 2. I mean, how dangerous though, that's the question, because BZM has got an arcane rune. He's tempted. You know, but he won't do it. He'll hold back.
It's his last
a little
remnant.
bit of control.
I was going to say, that's his last remnant. That would be pretty over-aggressive, Tiger.
He's jumping back in, though. And now that Tiger's been able to start the fight, BZM, he wants to join. They have a curse set up, but it doesn't matter. Curse comes to an end. The Slider Fist gets another. BZM, godlike. At 15 minutes in, they've got to kill this man. Dodging the Dream Coil with the Slider Fist, but he will finally die. A big kill for Baboka there as he gets a huge influx of gold as they finally end BZM's godlike.
But the space that he's creating, like he's forcing everyone to react to him. The gold lead just continues more and more as Yuragi's free farming. Baboka trying to find Taiga, but looks like Taiga might be one finding him.
He's got Yuragi by his side. Same to be said for Baboka, who has XXS and Ori. Baboka able to step away, and with the setup from the familiars, see if they can chase Taiga down.
Taiga is being such a nuisance.
They can't get him.
He's playing around BZM perfectly from the start of the game, securing rooms and whatnot, and just ruining Ori's life. Like, Ori just keeps getting caught from him time and time again. Yeah, this spectacular stuff, really. The team play from OG on point.
We'll see again here in that last fight. I mean, this was before we came back, where Ori gets caught out. Of course, you know, as we said countless times, the Nyx Assassin, such a counter to even the best pucks in the world. You know, I mean, Tiger, of course, he's definitely one of the hottest Nyx Assassin players. You know, he'll be there to trip you out. You've got to be so cautious when throwing out your spells.
Chu walks up very far, no coil available.
They're going to see if they can get the setup on a BZM. Can they burst the Ember? He's getting low, but he's going to be fine. Remnant's out, jumps back to the safety of the river. As OG are fine, spear from Amar. finishes off Baboka. Aster still continue to push forward. The Dream Coil's down.
Yuragi's
but Amar's
here.
alive. Chu jumps in with the side. The arena's going to go out. Amar, he's going to be able to live. Finally, the curse comes in. Will kill Tiger. Amar dies the soul assumption. But again, it's OG with the greater cleanup. As they find 3, and once more, another fight where Yuragi's getting the cleanup, and they're not even done yet. They set up over towards PQ. Cold Embrace only going to buy him a little more time before the inevitable occurs.
Wow. I mean, yeah, I was about to say Chewed probably deserves a little bit of tip there. Every time, like we said, Ori is completely addressed this game. Either there's a Nyx assassin controlling him, a silence from a techies, OG just, yeah, they're really finding their stride. AK lead, starting to feel like Aster kind of has no hope in this game, and it's all going to be up to poor Monet. And it's not an easy game, as we said, for the PA into what he's up against. A triple core lineup versus the Terrorblade with that insane built-in armor, who's going to honestly have a butterfly before there's any hope of an MKB even on the horizon for the PA.
Yeah, he has done it before, Monet, on his PA. But without a doubt, this is definitely going to be one of the tougher, or if not toughest, situations to try and pull the game back on his shoulders.
Especially, yeah, it's a single core PA versus this tri-core scaling lineup that has so much disable.
Aster looking for the hunt onto Mar.
Can't quite find it.
Mar might even be happy to jump in himself. Has he got arena for 15 seconds?
He's tanky though. They'd have to expend so much to just bring him down. And now he's actually gonna have BKB done, so unlikely he's probably gonna die in any of the next situations on this Mars.
Now Baboka, he's got that big item, of course, was sped up by that big kill that he got ending the godlike streak of BZM earlier. The Blink Dagger is online, so a chance for Aster to find that catch, that opening. But not for now, there's OG. They'll be the ones to set up the fight. They'll get the opening onto XXS. Cold Embrace offered up by PQ. It's forcing OG to hold back a little bit on how heavy they commit, but now Chu ready to jump in with the silence. They respect the curse, they split, they separate from Amar. So the curse not going to cause too many issues. Mono will jump in for the kill on Chu, but now he's surrounded. Baboka in with the 2-man avalanche, toss back as well. Both BZM and Amar getting low, he's able to get the slide from the road, and now BZM's going to be able to live. He's away. They couldn't finish off the Ember, as BZM will be able to reset. Does mean Yuragi's sort of less surrounded by Aster. Amar, whilst the BKB heads back in to try and clear out these familiars, but Baboka in with the jump, he's able to combo down Yuragi. And now for OG, it's the retreat. Amar TP's away, Tiger's been left behind. Finally, Aster able to find a really solid fight there, taking out Yuragi. This time round, the TB not able to freely stand in the team fight.
A beautiful dance really coming out from Aster and Baboka in general. The Blink Dagger, as soon as he gets it, pays off
it really
massively.
is.
Yeah, this was a beautiful display of them just kind of kiting around, waiting for their opportune moment to be able to jump in and go for this Terrorblade. Yeah. Beautiful reset.
I really don't think there was a better hero on Aster that got that huge gold bounty earlier.
Honestly.
You wanted Baboka's Tiny to get it, and he got it. And making the moves there with the fact that he was able to get that Blink Dagger at a decent time, considering the early state of the game for Aster as a whole.
Yeah, XXS also, I think he ended up surviving, what, with 20 HP on the high ground. It was so close. He now also has the shard, of course, on this Visage, so is able to at least reset and protect himself. But yeah, look how low. I can't believe he actually survives. Great plays, of course, from Wyvern, the defensive Cold Embrace there in that situation.
I'm very close to being even worse of a team fight, of course, for BZM, for OG overall, because BZM, he got so low there.
He did. I cannot believe
that
he survives.
last moment being able to remnant away after the Sleight of Fist.
Because they break the coil perfectly, too. Baboka, like, so on point with them trying to come back in this team fight.
And indeed, at the end of it all, you know, Yuragi tried to push on, but couldn't stand his ground without the full lineup of OG backing him up, back in action. They'll find themselves Tiger. OG, they look tempted to still make a fight out of this. BZM and Yuragi looking for the chase down. They'll jump forward onto Baboka. They'll get it. Physical damage from Yuragi from up on the high ground, tears through it.
This time he actually has meta, so he's actually able to do some right-click damage in the team fight.
They'll want to get the push on here, and OG, they'll certainly be ready to fight around this tower if they want, because Amar, BKB back online as well as the arena. They could collapse in on Aster if they want.
He's trying to find the Wyvern.
Here we go. Amar, see what sort of a catch he can get. Will miss the spear. He get caught by the silence as well. Aster, they can jump back to relative safety here. It does mean XXS is left behind. Chu looks to get him with the silence, but Ori able to dodge with the phase shift. Buyback comes out from Baboka. They're going to try their best to help XXS, who's caught in the arena. Baboka, he jumps in, he tanks the spear from Amar, giving the chance for XXS into the Cold Embrace. XXS still alive, as OG, they're having to back away. The Winter's Curse holds back Yuragi. As the saves there coming in to make sure that XXS does not die, at least for now. Maybe BZM can still find the cleanup, runs him down. XXS still alive. He's going to be able to live.
No way. Oh, what a beautiful display. These defensive moves from Aster somehow able to withstand this pressure from OG. The cold, I mean, it's literally like everything. Oh, cold embraces, little gravekeepers, everything. That was beautiful.
Some crazy fights. Still OG with a 5k lead, but Aster very much showing that they can bring the fight themselves. And Monet, he's climbing up the ranks here, second highest in the net worth.
He's got his BKB, got the shard queued up to be able to deal with
We'll
that
see again
Mars.
at the end here. So close to dying XXS. I mean, he'd been so close to dying pretty much the entire team fight. They couldn't quite get him.
So well played. Now they have Ori also with Blink Daggers, so further ways of initiation, and looking like we could actually have a game on our hands. If OG was looking to completely run away with this one, Monet starting to get online. OG might have to give a little bit more respect to how tanky XXS really is. What, both situations surviving with sub 1%, 2% HP.
Yeah, definitely doesn't seem like he's the hero for them to jump right now.
No. Butterfly is finished though, Yuragi. Arcane Rune also, okay, his Arcane's actually gone, so he still could look to fight though. Meta back up in 8 seconds, so OG still very strong inside that team fight. But Aster, with these tossback plays, we gotta have to keep watching the coil, right?
Yeah.
He's able to snap the coil, that's likely for them to be able to kill any of the heroes on OG.
Yeah, they've been doing it a couple of times already. Very good with this combo. OG will present themselves for defense here around the tier 1 mid. Aster, they won't choose to take that fight.
Blink now finished up for Amar, so an easier form of initiation rather than what we've seen from OG of just relentlessly running in, which has been working for them, but now they have an easier way to actually pull heroes back and perhaps actually control XXS or find the Wyvern in these situations. So still probably feeling like they're in very good position in this game when they should, with the BKB now for Ember 2.
There we go.
A lot of freedom for BZM.
Let's see if this time they can get the jump, blow up a hero to start the fight.
The scan.
Baboka, he'll be the one to tank the jump. We'll be able to get a nice 3-man avalanche, but they'll just let him go here, Aster. They'll be happy to just let the Tiny fall and not lose anyone else to this aggressive move from OG.
Roche is on the menu in this area. Yuragi can definitely start it with Butterfly. Should be able to do it pretty safely.
Don't quite have Ori in the neighborhood to look for a jump steal. He'll start to make his way over, has got a haste rune.
It's gonna die fast though. They gotta start making their move over it. They have to know that this is going on. They will start moving. Shard, I believe.
And they jump in time.
They just got the shard on Monet, so a lot more damage at least for the side of Aster.
They're going to spot it in a pretty awkward position now for OG.
Yep.
If Ori can time the jump. He's able to
He
get caught by the bash. And he gets caught by the carapace. And the stun. He's gone.
Oh my god. Oh yes,
I mean,
he got
could you
bashed.
believe it? He jumps in, he gets caught immediately, Fog.
He gets bashed by the Roche. Sets up for Taiga.
Oh my goodness. I mean, as it is, does seem to still have shaken up OG a bit. They're careful, they're hesitant at committing to finish the Roshan.
They probably expect that he has buyback, but he actually doesn't have it.
30 seconds, Baboka jump to the side, he's trying to burst through Chu, and Tiger Money's in with the backup, commits in with the BKB, jumps onto Chu. Chu's gone, now turns over towards the bar, past the BKB, the arena as well, and Monet, he goes
He got the
Aegis, Monet! He steals the Aegis! Can he get out though? Jump to the side, his BKB comes to an end, huge physical damage here for the Slider Fist of BZM. That's the Aegis taken out of the hands of Monet. Can he take a fight with his second life? They'll keep him in control with the stun, but the heals are there from PQ. Cold Embrace, buying Monet the safety to buy time to jump back up.
Oh, what a clutch play, really.
I mean, Baboka's not done. He's back in with the combo. Might cost him his life. Jump back actually from BZM. He doesn't want to commit in from Baboka, but he doesn't need to. The illusions from Yuragi chase down the Tiny.
Ori's back. Can't quite find anything though. Oh, Monet kind of just saved the game a little bit there.
He really did that. That's huge amounts of chaos kicking off to the side of the pit, but being able to blink strike in and get that Aegis still, making sure that OG, whilst they might have financially benefited more from that engagement, they don't have the Aegis in their hands.
And you got to give Monet the credit, but look at XXS. Look at the familiar.
He's given the vision.
He kept the familiar near the pit to give that vision for Monet to jump in. And if OG gets this Aegis,
Oh,
the
it's-
game is probably just impossible for Aster.
Yeah,
now, they still have fighting hope to be able to get this farm, this next item onto Monet so he can actually stand toe-to-toe versus the Terrorblade. It's still a very uphill battle, but at least some chance.
Yeah, they're starting the climb.
And yeah, you have to really feel for Ori how it all kicks off, right? Getting bashed, dying before the fight even starts,
goodness,
and
yeah.
then somehow not losing the fight in a total blunder.
And he's having to deal with this Nyx assassin already.
Seriously.
He's having to deal with a Roshan on top of it. It's not a lot of fun for Ori on the puck.
Gaben definitely not blessing Ori today.
See what OG's plan is now. They didn't get that Aegis that they planned on.
Still very happy
I mean,
with the state of the
Uragi's
game.
just
Uragi's
still
massive.
huge.
Yeah,
Satanic's going to be done here on top of the butterfly.
It's a full item over the PA, constantly.
See what sort of itemization we're going to have from Monet after the Deso.
I saw he actually was queuing Deso. I was a bit surprised that he didn't just queue up the MKB, but
Sure.
I guess wanting to assassinate the supports
Yeah,
is
he
still
wants to
always
kill
valuable.
everyone else, right?
Exactly.
And with the
so-
Deso, you know, you get some sort of setup onto the Ember, high chance you have the physical to shred through him.
Yeah, absolutely. And they also have like the extra minus armor.
Yep.
That's always going to be kicking in. So it's good. Taiga has his own Wraith Pact now, so a little bit more damage negation on the side of OG in the next fight. Yeah, I'm just still looking at how overall they're going to be taking down Uragi. Because like you said, he's so massive and he's got this big item advantage over the PA, which it's going to prove to be a big issue for how they isolate him. Because the team fights, OG, they're just so tanky. The 3 cores survive so long in the fights. Mar, finds Boca.
See if Boca gets much help here. Cold Embrace might be as much as he'll be offered up. They'll let him go.
40 seconds, OG. Meta's available.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, they've got to be ready to defend Aster. You know that OG will still be feeling very, very confident around their Terrorblade. Jiragi, of course, just the 1 death so far this game.
Pretty flawless. PQ has Blink Dagger now, so easier forms for him to. He's had a pretty damn good Wyvern game so far versus this disadvantage. Now he Blink. Maybe we could see some nice catch plays or preventative plays to be able to stop Uragi.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at the same time, though, we have seen OG do a pretty excellent job at making his life hard.
It is
a
hard.
lot of huge separation in the team fight where OG's not really given the chance for them to be caught out, in their mass numbers in the Winter's Curse, but out in time.
It does look like they're going to make his job even more difficult, though. BZM going for a kind of different style item choice on the Ember Spirit. He's going for Orchid next, so to deal with the Puck as well as the Wyvern, this is a pretty cool pickup that could really pay off. If he just sees the Wyvern in any of the fights, which they have gotten vision of him a lot of times, he just Orchids him, and then they can always just hard commit for most of the team fights.
And we see Ori really respecting the jump that they have. He's queuing up an Eon Disc next in his item progression.
Has to versus this Nyx.
Now, if they have these fights where he's getting caught and he's not able to lay down a Dream Coil, it's massively going to hurt the potential of the team fight from Aster. He's got to get his spells off whether they do damage or not. The control could be all that's required for Monet to go target to target, and at least outside of the Terrorblade have a pretty good job of taking down the rest of OG's lineup pretty swiftly.
They're getting out-farmed. The space on the map, like OG's continuing to grow this lead faster and faster. And the Tricore, as we keep mentioning, it does feel like they'll be able to scale very, very well into all of Aster's heroes.
They're going to try and force a fight, Aster.
The Orchid's finished for BZM, level 20 on the Terrorblade too.
And Boca's going to start it. In with the Avalanche combo on towards Tiger, but Tiger's able to put the spike. Carapace, Winter's Curse is there. Trying to buy safety for Boca to back up, but Amar blinks it, finishes him off with a go from Spear.
Shoots it.
Catches PQ in the trees. Not the fight Aster were looking for.
Not the curse either. You want to usually get the curse next to the Terrorblade. He actually curses the Terrorblade, so there's actually no damage that's coming out from it.
Look at this as well. They're making swift moves towards the bottom lane as Monet is going to show himself on the creep wave.
Clears it quick. Might be forced to just BKB TP out.
He's going to have to. And of course, with that, he will get out. There's nothing to save him. We'll take a few mines, but BKB and a TP, he's perfectly fine.
Now they know there's no BKB though. So OG likely to be able to continue pressuring, and that's a fight that they just won before without the meta being used. And now he's going to have MKB.
He's so
now
close. Yes,
he has
600
the full,
gold.
Yeah, full answer for the PA as well.
And in terms of the answer that Monet has for him, as you say,
Not
after the
close.
death, so still not going for the MKB, still very much itemizing the standard build-up to kill everyone else, apart from the Terrorblade, getting that Basher next after the death. So they will be able to kill pretty much everyone else. But it's getting to that point where even if they do kill everyone else, Uragi's going to have a pretty good shot at solo killing all of them.
And also, is he going to be able to kill everybody else, right? Because they are very tanky, and I'm just looking at Mar farming and farming. He actually has a Hex in a second on this Mars, so just very difficult game for poor Monet.
23,000 net worth on Uragi here, just 31 minutes in.
I don't know how Ori's ever going to survive in a fight either. So much control, so much attention has been put on him this game, even from Roshan.
Very much feels like we're in a sort of a state of the game where teams, they've got their answers for Puck now.
Yep. Ori pretty dangerous position right here. We'll be okay though. Taiga not quite in range to get that Carapace. Jam also was picked up a couple moments ago from OG, just looking to control those sentries, because then Taiga has kind of free reign how much he wants to pressure Ori in the fights.
OG, they've got 1 minute until potential Roshan respawn.
And they're just restricting the map though, right? The way that they're pressuring, they're not like diving these plays, but they're constricting Aster from actually being able to get out and farm anymore. Every time they walk high ground, Yuragi just walks his face in.
Now, jump in.
Toss back.
And a decent toss back onto Yuragi. They'll try and burst through him. He's getting low, but he's not quite low enough. They'll put the Dream Core. Money, he's in with the BKB, trying to take him down. The Winter's Curse we used to take out Tiger for Yuragi. Still fighting Finn here. They couldn't quite finish him off. He's falling a little low.
He's
the
silent.
lifesteal could keep him alive. He's lifestealing up, but finally dies. They've taken him out. The huge kill there that Aster are able to find, and they're not done. They're in with the jump of Oka. He's ready to try and chase for more. Monet, careful how he commits in, but now he's ready to go. Jumps forward. Big crit there off the dagger. 1,200 damage, taking down BZM. Chu also eliminated during his attempt to TP. It's 4 dead on OG. Aster hold the fight perfectly, and I think Yuragi, probably surprised as we did there, he was dealt with. He didn't manage to survive throughout the complete combo of Aster.
He got kind of like this sequence of silences that kept being applied from him. I think it was the Mindbreaker from Monet, as well as the Puck just continuously jumping in and disabling him. Because I kept seeing him like trying to go for this Sunder, just unable to really stick onto any target. It was, excellent team from Aster. The layering of spells, absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
and now getting tanky too. The XXS AC plus that Wraith Pact absolutely came into play.
We saw sort of this play from Aster last game, when they were behind. There's a point where OG were leading by 11k, and Aster still able to find these opportunities to get these fights executed perfectly, despite the huge disparity in net worth between the carries still.
They might still be able to get the Roche too. They
All
scouted it a bit late. It was a quick spawn, but now they still have, 20 seconds until the
they're gonna have
respawn.
this, surely.
Yeah, Monet, 1,600 crits, and now on his way toward MKB. Game sort of flipping itself again.
As I say, he's done it before in his PA. He's recovered some tough games. This would definitely be another one of them. And now getting the pickup here, Aegis into the hands of the PA, and you're absolutely right. Monet can get that MKB for the next fight. There's going to be no chance for Yuragi. They're already looking for the opportunity to maybe jump in to the high ground. OG are prepared though, so Aster, they'll fall back.
Yeah, Yuragi probably feeling a bit afraid now because, these last few fights, he's so farmed that he's been prolonging, delaying, having to buy BKB, but you absolutely saw the problem of him not having BKB. So he's queuing it up next, but damage may have just been done. Aster completely back in this game. All because of these little tossbacks. There's a reason, Baboka, there's a big reason why they first picked this hero for him.
Absolutely, 4, 11, 9. Not an impressive KDA, but the impact that he's had from the deaths that he's given by getting in there and starting the fights, it's been massive for Aster.
Absolutely. And yeah, taking up the AC, the Wraith Pact, as we said. Sure, you give the Terrorblade this when he uses that reflection onto you, but it's just this armor that they need in the fight to be able to deal with this Yuragi.
Yeah, without a doubt, OG to be incredibly careful with the next move they make into this Aegis of Monet. A couple of 100 gold, and the MKB will be on its way out.
They have to find the backliners, OG. They have to stop either the Tiny or the Wyvern from getting these free
They're TPing over. They want to fight. The BKB has just been picked up by Yuragi.
The ward, it sees Ori.
He's going to see Ori. They'll get the opening, the chains into the silence. Ori's got backup. Spear won't catch him. He's going to get the face shot. In fact, Baboka's in with the jump. They burst through Tiger. Yuragi trying to enter the fight from the side. They look towards Baboka. Amar in with the arena. He'll catch out the two of them. Monet, he wants to fight. He commits it with the BKB, but actually decides to back off. He doesn't want to get near to Yuragi for now. As Yuragi takes out XXS, turns towards Baboka. Double kill for him. This time with the BKB on the Terrorblade. Aster, they don't have any way to jump him to stop Yuragi from getting to play his fight. And Aster, despite the ones being the team with the Aegis, they had to fall back. Monet makes the call that this is not a fight that they can take.
Yeah, smart play from Yuragi. I think he sells his Dragon Lance to be able to have the money to purchase up the BKB for this fight. So a very quick move from OG to react, having that ward up prepared already for Ori. They don't get the full control on him, but the initial just disruption to stop the puck from anything, that allows OG to kind of just clear onto these two. DD also now in BZM, so still feeling pretty good. Now Blink also, we're getting close to these 6-slotted territories. TB is starting to run out of space.
Okay. And with the Blink Dagger, what's the plan? Who's Yuragi going to look to try and jump on top of in these team fights?
He's got to find Wyvern. PQ is being so disruptive.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can get sort of in the face of PQ, force him to panic curse onto him, the Terrorblade. That's going to be a very nice ultimate that Uragi can tank and deal with.
Yeah, they still do have, like, it's very back and forth, still very close. They have a lot of ways to get to this Wyvern, so it's all very important just being able to find him. The 3 different cores being able to bypass to the back line could still be difficult for Aster, but the way they played the fights is so patient, the way they position themselves has been pretty perfect, even though they are behind.
Now, knowing when to cut their losses, as we saw in that last fight, Monet just by having the Aegis, you could tell that they were making the call to head back.
They know there's a smoke probably here, though. Those bombs, boom, boom. Nicely done from Chu.
You see if Aster can still find something. They're going to still look to push on.
Chu's trying to break it. Look, he's walking up, just trying to push the limit of breaking that smoke. They'll show themselves now in the mid lane.
Yeah, Aster know they're not getting a jump here on OG.
But Boca still lingering around the Remnant for a second.
Double damage empowers me.
I mean, yeah, there's no way BZM jumps for this.
No. But DD Rune is on the ready for him.
He'd be pretty happy himself to fight. Of course, they are tanky though. XXS. BKB done on top of the AC.
OG also just can't get vision into the back lines because they can't keep wards down because of that gem. You know, they did pick it up earlier. It was taken away from them by Aster. So that's usually one of the big things that helps you find these Wyverns is just having deep wards inside of lanes or something like that in preparation for a fight to start. But yeah, into gem, you're not going to be able to do that. So it's up to Taiga, really, to try to find the opportunity to find this Wyvern in the back lines to give the information for his 2 cores. And without a Blink Dagger, probably a bit difficult, so maybe Taiga does opt to go for that himself too soon.
I mean, XXS just continuing to stick around this mid, deal with the creep wave.
He's kind of bluffing a little bit, right? He's like, yeah, my team's behind me, don't worry, but they're actually quite far away.
I mean, the thing is, even if they're not, he's a hard hero to burst through.
He'll have so much time. Like, if he just gets the Gravers off, his team is going to get to him. So, yeah, he's really pushing the limits there as Taiga.
Here we go now, OG.
Sneaking in.
They'll look for the smoke themselves. Who can they catch? Taiga has been spotted out by the ward combination here from Aster. He's still looking to move forward.
XXS.
The spike carapace set up onto XXS. Uragi blinks and closes the gap this time round. XXS completely destroyed.
A big mistake, too. He tries to just go for a nuke onto a Nyx. Easy carapace setup for Taiga. Maybe not expecting the rest of the backup that quickly from OG, but OG hits hard. And with that Blink Dagger, you see, Terrorblade, that's where it pays off. He doesn't actually have to commit meta. He can just blink on the target that Taiga finds.
Very close to having the money for the full Swift Blink as well.
Yep.
As much as Monet is recovering, Uragi still an item or so ahead of the PA.
It's still neck and neck this game.
Nearly 30,000 net worth, 39 minutes in. Again, just hitting insane amounts of farm.
Starting to look for some itemization. I see Amar, he's been kind of switching back and forth what item he had queued up. He has Nullifier now, so I think looking to address the puck. He's also carrying the Witchbane, so I think what he's looking for is get that initiation, purge off the Aeon Disc, and maybe try to burst Ori in these fights. Not going to be easy, but you can see the idea of what he's probably trying to do. Arcane Rune on BZM. Oh, and a nice pick up a Telescope, one of the better items they could have probably found this game.
Once again, luckily falling to a point where Roshan will be the next point that both teams will look to fight. Under 2 minutes until we'll see when that returns. Flag's done on BZM, so even more of a chance that he can just zip into the back lines, disrupt the sort of the opening to the fight that Aster will look for and the positioning that their squishier heroes are trying to get.
Aster is a much more, I feel like for their lineup, it's much more about just all positioning. If their positioning gets broken, the team fight could just explode in OG's favor. So it's really going to be eyes on those supports in the back, or what, of course, Baboka is able to find with these tossbacks.
Definitely Aster playing the more careful at this point. Yeah. Keeping themselves held up in the base. Monet's managed to get his next item done, the full Aghanims.
Okay, so jumping target to target, that's going to be a lot easier with that.
And closing in on his level 25.
Yep. This item unlocks a whole different potential to PA, of course. Everything being refreshed, of course, Fan of Knives, etc. So you just do so much damage if you do end up getting even 1 kill in the fight. And it lets you sneak, so he can also sneak into back lines, perhaps find this techies.
A tool to teach.
Amar, Nullifier is ready.
He's got the answers, Amar.
Yep, let's see if he's able to ever find the puck and get that Dispel off. Because Ori also very tricky, even though he is versus these counters. Octarine's done, Aeon Disc, Bell Prism, so very elusive.
Just holding this area around Roshan.
All about
OG.
next Rosh. It's going to be that big one, the Ags, the refreshers.
Radiant's top tower is under
Which one
attack.
will it be? As
Aster.
Yuragi, he's poking base. Like, he's constantly sending these conjure images toward top. So he's giving all that information. They know that they're outside. They know that Aster's maybe looking to do something because of this.
And yeah, of course, with the farm that he has, these illusions are so strong.
Yeah.
Very hard for Aster to really set up and hold their position outside of their base. This just consistent pressure causing them to hold back and deal with that split push.
That's trapped in the base.
He's sure to respawn on the Roche, so OG they'll be happy with that if they spot it out. 25 seconds, and Aster, they know that potential Roshan's coming up.
Taiga walks right in the middle of and breaks the smoke.
Yeah, indeed. They know that it's coming. They'll put the BKBs. They'll turn towards Mar, but Mar's got the shield up. Silence out the Tiger. Monet having to BKB and run back. Ori still wants to commit in, but he's dead. Baboka will get left behind. The Hex is out from Amar onto XXS. Spear control as well. They'll lock him down. They'll take out the four of them.
And that's what I was saying. It's so important, the positioning of Aster. This time, positioning gets broken, and it's a complete stomp.
And there's
from
no
OG.
buyback available on Ori. He spent up 600 gold short of returning to the fight.
Oh man, he actually gets his Aeon broken.
As Aster,
they're pinging tier 4s.
Can they defend with the four of them? BKB on cooldown, of course, from Monet for 50 seconds.
Pinging tier 4s, but they do know probably that Roshan is also up. They're trying to push the limit of what they can pressure and
They
force.
forced out another buyback, and
Now
that'll
they'll back
probably
up.
be enough for OG to say, all right, we got the mid-racks, let's settle down, back off, look for the Roshan, and make sure that they keep this game in a very safe position. 20k gold up now.
They're actually bluffing a little bit, though. They're still sticking in the area, hoping that Aster maybe smokes and runs right into them. Now they'll back up, though, after a moment. Go for that Roche, and it will be an Aghanims. So, oh, look at that. Yuragi, a free one given to him. That's going to be pretty nice. And that will probably be the 6th slot for him. Or the 7th, 8th slot, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, Aster know they've got to make these risky moves.
They have
It
to
may be
make
4 versus 5, but they're so far behind, they have to try and take these chances.
15 seconds on Monet's BKB. 10 seconds.
He made a big jump before around the Roshan. Can he do it again? But no, the jump
Choose
fell
in.
to him. The Hex is out. The Spear as well. He's in trouble. The cold embrace from PQ gives him some safety cards as well to try and hold back BCM. He's been disarmed. Now the BKB's up Monet. He's got to try and stand his ground and fight this. Takes out Chu. Yuragi falling low. Pots the BKB. He's looking for a Sunder target. He'll find it. Sunder over towards Monet as he's back up to full HP. Monet falls. Instant buyback here from the PA. He's got to get back over towards the pit. Tiger jumps down towards the low ground, but the silence is there from Ori. The Roche out before Yuragi able to pick it all up. Grabs the Aegis. Dreamcall holds down BZM. You see still Monet trying to walk his way back over towards the pit. Ori, he's in with the chase. OG, they're backing off.
Do they find Yuragi? They
They do. They get the jump. Avalanche is there from Baboka. They've got to try and take him out the twice. You see him try and push them back with the Terror Wave, but they've found him the once.
He needs help.
Baboka, he's in position for a second attack, but the blink! He's able to blink out of the trees, but they're still going to chase Ori. On top of him, they're not going to let Yuragi get away for free. They've got to get this kill. As they're to the side, Amar trying to hold back Monet. Jump forward from Baboka, getting over the mines of the techies. Ori still continues to try and kill Yuragi. The cheese is there. Yuragi's back up to full HP. As Aster, they'll carefully poke at him. Eon is pop there on Ori, but the Thunder is back to full HP. Cold Embrace gives Monet safe. They're able to take down Yuragi.
That was still pretty crazy from Yuragi, swapping the cheese in while they're chasing him.
He lived for so long,
Oh my god.
but not long enough. Aster, they may have lost sort of the Roshan, the pickups that OG was able to gather. But they get the big kills at the end of it all. They take down BZM. They immediately remove the Aegis, the cheese from Yuragi.
Ori's able to survive for a once in a fight, and he gets like, I think 20 or 30 different spells up because of it. Constantly being this nuisance, jumping around. That was insane.
Insane fights here from a team that's, at 20k down. Of course, it was an expensive fight.
It was.
Plentiful buybacks being used there by Aster. I believe 4 of them now on cooldown.
But
so
very
a scary
necessary.
5 minutes for Aster, but they do hold on in a game where if OG's getting the pick up on that Roshan and able to walk down the lane, that sort of fight that close to the base of Aster would have mean the game would have already been over. But Aster, they keep the game going for now.
There's a reason these two teams are in the grand finals, winning fights even though they're at this deficit.
And they've got to try and, again, just continue to take these risks. They may have all their buybacks and cooldown, but they need to try their best maybe to force out the buyback of Yuragi. It's a hard call to make, though, because bottom already, Amar, he's working on the pressure, making sure that Aster, they don't have the luxury to try and pressure out that Terrorblade buyback.
Yeah, tough to push into this, too. The Ember just drops the Remnant. It also slows down the push as well, too. So Aster giving respect because they don't have those buybacks. Only the puck. Now not having it, Ori actually spending some gold. Looks like he's actually going to maybe finish up the overwhelming blink, so going to push the limits of his hero without the buyback, because his teammates don't have it, so he wants to be as kitted out as possible for the next fight.
And we'll see how, and if OG can punish Aster here in these minutes without that ability to return to the fight.
Monet now full satanic. A little bit of slot starvation though coming out here. He's gonna have to eat that eggs pretty soon. It's very slow. Gonna have to just rely. It's slow, but he at least has the Aghanim, so he can jump if he does get some kills. OG still on the prowl though.
If they get a catch on the cause,
if they catch Ori, right?
It's
if they can,
likely to be game over. They need one more fight, OG, to close this one up.
Ori
jumps in on the mid, is able to break away from them. BZM, we'll see how deep he wants to jump with the remnants. He tries to tease with a slight change, but won't get a catch.
it feels a lot harder for Aster. They have to be so much more careful. As we said, positioning, the most important thing for them, and they have much less buybacks. You see, OG has 4 buybacks.
Yep. OG across the board, pretty much 2 lives to play with in this next fight compared to the one that Aster have right now.
Yeah, they also have gotten, what, 3 level 25s, I believe, in the last moment. So BZM, Amar, as well as Uragi, who did have it before. Those 3 are finished. Puck, not quite there. XXS, not quite there either. Still very close. It's an 18,000 gold lead, but the experience is, pretty much dead even. And if you want to look at a win probability just for some nice fun, there you go. Dead even.
50-50 right now. It definitely still feels, though, that it's Aster in the scariest spot.
Absolutely. Without the buy box,
death,
absolutely.
and it's game over.
Yeah. And it's a lot on the pressure of, their positioning. If the Wyvern gets caught once, if Puck dies once,
it's going to start to collapse pretty quickly.
Tiger,
he's looking to start things off. There's the backup. They go straight away over towards PQ. Out of the game for a good 90 seconds. The arena, the fear here for the pushback of the tail play. Then Cornex exits. Then Cornex, the Chu jumps in. 3 dead. No buybacks. As it's just down to Ori and Monet to try and hold Monet.
Monet.
To get BCM. Can Monet do it? Goes forward now towards Tiger. Speaking of it, Monet comes to Monet. Monet. Triple kill for Monet.
Monet.
It's a rampage! Monet painting the battlefield red with the blood of his enemies! But maybe Uragi and Amar can still clean him up for good. They have the moment. They're back in! As Monet tried his best to hold.
Are you kidding
but
me?
it may have been in vain as OG, they've still got the push of life, but the creeps aren't here. They're doing it through the back door.
But Ori gets caught!
He's got buyback. They're doing it for, can they push through the back door?
The creeps are coming.
They're coming in on the mid. I don't think Ori can
Ori's
hold this on his own. He's gonna try, but the Hex is there. Ori caught out. As the tier 4s have gone, OG, they're onto the H at this game. It's done, it's over. OG, they'll be able to secure it in game 2.
Holy shit though, what a game and what an ending. Even the tip, you see Uragi, he gives respect where it's deserved. Monet, what an outstanding last
He tried his
attempt to
best.
hold. But OG, they saw the opportunity, they saw blood. Tiger, the jump, getting the Wyvern in the base, kind of kicks off the whole start of this one. Starting to fight without that Wyvern, massive press, having no buybacks. OG, wow.
Knowing when to push it for the victory there. It's coming to the point, like sort of 2 minutes or so left on the buybacks. The timer was ticking. OG, they had to bounce, and they did. They really did. They make that final jump. Without the lack of ability to return to the fight, they just couldn't hold them off at that stage. 2 games now back to back, two smashing games as well. And every reason to believe that Aster there is a chance for them to swing it back, because both times, despite how far they have been behind, they're still giving OG a run for their money.
Can you imagine if this game was just a little bit closer? Monet might just turn it around completely.
It was that close, yeah.
Holy.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This grand finals continues to delight. It's a second game now in the bag for OG as they lead the way right now in this best of 5, 2-0 against Aster.
Oh boy, what a treat this second game of the Grand Finals was. OG take it, so it's 2-0 and they earn match point, but Aster fought back hard. Especially towards the end. I know it didn't win them the game, but holy crap, that rampage was something else. I'm joined by Effie, Ninja Boogie, and Insania on this panel. We're gonna try to break down the madness a little bit. These fights were so close, so clutch. Effie, where do you want to start with this one? Because I'm always, okay, you want to start with that stupid little ledge, the high ground that Monet got stuck
Man, that was so unfortunate. I'm not even sure what happened there. Did the techies just die in a place where PA got stuck?
Yes.
I feel like potentially if they had this PA buyback, they could have actually won the game, right? If PA wasn't put in a position where she died there, towards the end, when she kind of clutched it, or Monet rather, when he clutched it, there were only 2 heroes left. It was him and Ori, and he looked really strong. If he hadn't gotten hexed, if he maybe had a buyback, there was a huge shot for Aster to take this game. I mean, man, these games have been so close.
Yeah. The laning phase seems really bad for Aster though. Ori lost mid pretty hard. Even though Boboka did rotate mid and tossed him to the tower, he did turn it around and solo kill XP on a mid laner. Oof, that's like the dream come true.
Look at it. Monet's whole team is just looking from the sideline, like, keep it up, go. Unfortunately, I mean, not enough, but it was so close to being able to extend this game.
That bot lane too, right? Insane, you talked about how hard it was for Aster, and it seemed like it was out of control at some point.
Yeah, I mean, this Winter Wyvern was extremely well played throughout the game, but it's just inherently the hero has some problems, and I think laning into Mars techies is not a fun experience, especially if you're laning with a PA. Like, you'd ideally want something stronger with you if you're going to try to match up, but it's just an extremely hard lane matchup. So, yeah, I think OG, they're able to enable Amar, and when Amar is enabled, it feels like their games flow very, very well.
Yeah, and that means that OG can make all the aggressive moves that they thrive on. We saw Aster step it up a little bit on the defensive game in game 2 compared to game 1 Ninja Boogie, didn't you think?
Yeah. Going off track here, there's just something about Grand Finals in China teams recently. They seem to be crumbling.
Oh no.
Can we just talk about the stubbornness? So they give away Mars twice and take this Tiny twice, and it doesn't work out. I mean, if this happens for the 3rd game...
I have a theory. I have a theory. Both of these teams are secured for TI invite. They're good. They're coming to Singapore. It's all good, all golden. And you know, you want to be able to have everything available to you when you come to Singapore. And so you want to know that you can beat the Mars from a Mar. And so you let it through. And grand finals of an event might not be the best time to, you know, try to beat it. But this is the first time they faced, so it's the only time you can try to beat it before TI. You know OG is going to bring their best. So, Isania, is there any logic to this, or is this just a little bit of copium here?
Sounds like a lot of copium to me, if I'm being honest. But like I said, I just think like they're sticking to their guns. Like Aster has this tiny four. They've been playing. They played it at the major. They've been playing it now. And I think like this is a draft that like last patch, I think it would have worked for them. I think this would have worked. But I feel like their heroes are just a little bit too figured out, and I just want Ori on a BKB hero.
You want Ori on a BKB hero. You also wanted something else. You wanted a specific person to be the MVP of this second game. Is it a surprise to anybody that he chose Tiger?
I mean,
Why
it's
Tiger?
very simple. Tommy is such a beast. This guy is a position 4 player, and he's been forced to play 5 in all of these lands.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's playing these heroes that he normally plays on 4. He's managing to find his impact, and he's playing so well. I'm really impressed. I think what sold it for me was the last move inside of the base, where he just blinks up the high ground and just stuns the Wyvern. It's like a game-winning move. And I think most people do not have the balls to do that. I definitely don't have the balls to do that, so huge credit to Tommy. I think that is like a single small thing that you might not think about, but that blink into the base and stunning the Wyvern, I think it opened up the entire last fight. Imagine that PA has a Wyvern with him.
Yeah.
It's gonna look different.
Could have turned.
It
Yeah.
could have turned indeed. If Aster was somehow able to be victorious, which at some point we did think they were going to have a good shot, it would have been PQ to get the MVP here. But no, it has to be Tiger for this one. Although you can make a case for a lot of different players. For example, we also considered BZM for the MVP because he had a very clever item build. Mike.
Yeah, he did go for Orchid third pick. And I feel like they're just punishing this pup. He already had an atrocious laning phase. You know, he's up against a Nyx, Techies, an Ember, and then plus Orchid. I was actually surprised that he didn't opt to go for a BKB on Puck based on everything he's against. And yeah, it was I would not want to play Puck in this game.
No, I mean, it's just rough. Like Ember in the lane, he just spams slights on you, and you're not able to play the game that you want to play. You don't get to shove out the lane and then make your rotations as freely as you want. Ember kind of makes sure that you're low on resources, and the Orchid is genius. Great item choice.
Great item choice.
But also, don't you guys think BZM has really stepped up his game these past couple of days? It feels like he's really hit his stride and he's just playing confidently.
They had a good breakfast today.
Good breakfast indeed. And we've been saying that this patch is definitely catering not just food but also a better mid lane.
Nice.
We see a lot of mid lane skill based matchups, and BZM is just, I mean, he's getting his hero still first phased, so he's not necessarily super set up for success in that regard, but he is able to thrive off of maybe also a little bit of help from his support Zephy.
I would say so. There's been a lot more support rotations to the mid lane in this patch for a couple of reasons. One, like you need to make sure your mid laner isn't in a position where they can't recover because there's no small camp. But also with the re-emergence of these durable type side laners, particularly in the off lane, it makes it so that you can do this comfortably.
Now earlier today, Adam said that the best teams, when they come to LAN, the best teams grow and learn with the tournament. And we've definitely seen that from OG throughout the lower bracket and now here in the grand final. It is time for Aster to do the same. One loss and they're out, and they of course want to have a shot at the title here at ESL One Malaysia. We're heading into a third game of this grand finals after the break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook? Look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible. Period. Decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em. Slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Let's go, get the party started. You know.
Just 2 weeks ago, these two teams faced on a stage where Aster was victorious, and this time OG is looking to get revenge, and to be honest, they're pretty deep into getting a full revenge. Here, we're in the third game of a Grand Finals best of 5. One more game to OG's name, and they will take this championship home. We are well on their way in the draft. We are joined by Effie, Ninja Boogie, and Insania. Insania, openings are completely different from the previous 2 games. What are you feeling? We got Aster on the Mars this time round.
I just heard Revenge, and it's brought me back to TI9. And, you know, Tommy actually told me this last night when I was talking to him. This Aster team has a lot of the same pieces that we picked Gyrocopter against the TI9. And he's like, I'm going to avenge us. This is for TI9. So I know he's fired up. But no, Aster, this time they decided to take the Mars away. OG responded by picking Puck Willow. So I think that Willow is a little bit like, you don't want to give it to Aster. It's too strong of an 8 pick. And there is some awkwardness with Hoodwink Mars. When you drop the acorn shot to spawn the tree, the Mars arena tends to blow it up. So it's really hard to do the like.
You have to do it after, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Hoodwink spells with Mars is a little bit iffy, so a little bit of question mark for me.
I'm glad you bring that up though, because I've been most impressed with Hoodwink when she's paired with a spirit type hero that just goes in and then they run around killing heroes together. Especially the Storm, once this Hoodwink gets this 15-minute shard, it seems like they can do so much damage. So I agree with Aiden that this Mars Willow is not the way to look for your kills, so please pair it up from the mid lane going forward, and as we mentioned before, maybe an early BKB type hero.
Yeah.
But yeah, so OG go for the Puck Willow combo. She can snap the coil with Terrorize, that's always nice. She's also a bit of a anti-spirit hero in that she can catch them quite well early on, but I still hope it doesn't discourage Aster from going down that route.
Yeah, I mean, Aster's been answering Puck with Pudge quite a bit,
10 seconds
and
remaining.
Ori's been playing it really, really well. I think thinking about Ori, DK comes to mind as a potential hero here. It's not really a popular hero, but I think for Ori specifically, in like a potential, last game of a grand final against Puck, it's free lane.
It got buffed too, didn't it?
Yeah, and it's a nice setup for Hoodwink. It really is. Those two heroes work really, really well together. So.
And it is a BKB hero.
Exactly.
And that brings us back to the animator, right? When the top 3 picks that would come out were actually Mars, Hoodwink, and DK.
Oh, that sign made me sad a bit.
What did it say?
No, Lakad Matatag. Reminded me of Duno.
Rest in peace.
Okay, back to the draft.
Okay.
Sorry.
But yeah, I do want to say that I'm glad that Aster stopped being stubborn about this Mars. I hope it's not too late to recover mentally though, because this was their high priority pick, and I do think it was the high priority ban
It hasn't lost today yet. It's 3-0.
Yeah. Whether or not they can bounce back after the 2 losses they just faced against it, time will tell. I do think the good news is they looked really competitive in both games. In both games they played well, regardless of their lanes going bad. They almost always found ways back in or ways back to fight, so hopefully the damage isn't too bad.
So normally when you get to this pick, it says number 15 when you're drafting because it counts all the bans and everything. So this is usually the hardest pick if you're second pick, because you're kind of picking your 5 hero into potentially a blind matchup where you're going to get counter picked really hard. So you want to pick some sort of hero that you know is going to have scaling impact throughout the game. And I think the idea behind the Shadow Demon is pretty simple. Like they buy some BKBs. I have a tool that's always good for the game. It'll always have impact, and then you have this potential save for the Mars too. So it's an interesting pick. I think the only thing that's a little bit worrisome for OG right now is I think the damage follow-up on the Puck coil is kind of low. So it might be hard for BZM to get that kind of snowballing start unless they really manage to connect the Willow to the Puck early on.
And also the Shadow Demon is set up for Willow early on too, right? You can potentially fight it this turn with the disruption into Bramble Maze. The spell got a lot easier to land too, with it going from 0.5 second delay to 0.3 second formation delay. But also, what you mentioned about it being a save versus a Mars is really important, because if you look at Aster's first 2 picks, both of these heroes want to go on a target quickly and take it down. That's essentially what Hoodwink is, right? She's insanely high damage ulti and a catch. But if you have this supporting defensive type hero, it just counters what you want to do with it. And that was the take that Aster had with their Dazzle in game 1 and their Wyvern in game 2, but those were not the ideal picks.
Yep.
For Aster, I think they're probably thinking about the Void.
Team Aster's turn.
They are still going back for that Tiny.
Hang on.
OG's turn.
Probably a mid-Tiny this time around, yeah. So Tiny's considered a pretty good hero against Puck. You lane very well into it, and then you have the damage to just burst Puck. There are not very many heroes that have like a very consistent stun to catch the Puck out where he can't phase shift or anything like that. So right now they're kind of setting up for the kill combo for the Puck. So now they have like Tiny Grim, you do the 2 spells together. It's very simple, easy way to kill him. And then on top of that, you also have
all their supports are very squishy too.
Yeah.
And you also have these 2 wave clear supports on Aster, right? You have this Grim and this Hoodwink who can play side lanes, make sure the waves are out, so you can go for these aggressive plays with Tiny. Because normally for you to want to play on like the Inkswell combination, you at least need to have one lane pushing in so that your rotation isn't so obvious.
Yeah. What would you pick for OG here?
OG? Okay, so what are... When I look at Aster's draft right now, I feel like they have... This Tiny has to kind of run around and make a lot of moves, right? It's going to be a lot based on like Ori's movement in the early game and what he's able to do. So I think you're probably eyeing up safe laners or off laners potentially that are kind of tricky for Tiny to get to. But But most of those heroes don't really work that well with SD, I was about to say, but yeah, I mean, PA is squishy. This is, Tiny can definitely find kills in this game if he wants to.
After Yuragi saw Monet.
Yeah, he's like, I want to play that.
That looked fun.
But it is a pretty good PA game once he has BKB. Only Soulbind really stops him.
Problem is there's no follow-up for Soulbind right now, right? Even if you Soulbind him, he's going to sit there, but what are you really going to kill him with if he's BKB'd up?
But before this PA BKB, it seems like a really squishy hero, right? You have a solution to its ulti with the Hoodwink break. It's always been a traditional counter. And you have this Tiny who's going to look towards killing this PA, hunting her down, not giving her space to farm in the game. But if PA does get to this critical mass, like Michael mentioned, these are really squishy supports, right? You can just jump on this Hoodwink and blow her up, jump on this Grimstroke and blow him up. It's just a matter of not giving away too much before you get to that point.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of roles reversed now, actually, from the previous game. This time around, OG has the two supports that kind of make sense together. So you want to bring them together, hopefully, into the PA lane and look to really snowball that PA's game and get her to the crucial timing that she needs to hit. So it'll be interesting to see. Can OG now do what Aster failed to do in the last game? Or like, can they succeed where Aster didn't?
Well, traditionally, it is also Amar that is as a tempo setter for OG, and they still need to pick his hero. Is there still something in the pool that he can do that on and maybe set a little bit of tempo with that doesn't require the PA to be involved in the fights? Timber and Slard are already removed out to avoid those fights.
So his advantage here is that he's going to get to see the entire draft before he picks his hero. He's going to know exactly what lane he's walking into. He's going to know the 5. He's going to know the 1. And some of the struggles I think OG's had throughout the season is when a lot of ATF's heroes get banned out. And if you look at the bans right now, those are a lot of ATF heroes. Like from Slardar till Viper, it's like all of it's just targeted at ATF, I think. Even this Monkey King.
Yeah, I was going to say Bloodseeker is a pretty good pick for Aster here. Works well with the Soulbind, and it, you know, if you can rupture the PA, kind of take him out of the fight. But with PA Shard, you know, you can go both ways with that matchup.
But also, it's just a strong laner, right? So you don't necessarily have to worry about this overall last pick running over your carry. Like, Bloodseeker is one of those heroes who can fight back early, who does have that laning pressure. They also took out the two heroes that kind of bother melee carries the most from Amar's pool in the last pick, which was the Timbersaw and the Slardar.
So what do we have left for ATF? Tide?
Underlord! Oh, it's been a while.
It's a very strong laning hero against the Bloodseeker, I think. I think you can really, really put on the pressure with the Willow. And, you know, like, you get the route into the next route, into another route. They have a lot of ways to, like, keep these heroes from moving on Aster. Plus, the fire damage is really, really high against these tanky strength heroes like Tiny's, Mars. These guys really suffer against percentage-based damage. So OG just making sure that they pick themselves the ability to kill the enemy team. So I kind of like it, but I think out of all the drafts we've seen so far, I think probably the most even one, in my opinion.
Okay, so you're saying Aster has a good shot at forcing out potential 4th game?
I mean, I'm unfortunately very biased, and I think OG is going to absolutely smash, but I think out of the 3 games that I've seen, this is probably the most competitive one.
All right, all right.
Well, it's good that I'm biased in the other way because I really do believe in Aster. I hope they can bring it back, and I like their draft a lot more this time around. I think that they can punish this PA really hard.
And for me, all my picks have been wrong, so I'm going to go for OG because I don't want to see a 3-0 stomp.
I don't think anybody would want to see a 3-0 stomp. Even all the OG fans in the arena would love more Dota to watch tonight. And I know 2 people who would love more Dota as well. It's Odie Pixel and Fog.
Absolutely, She. We've had an incredible series so far. OG up 2-0 against Team Aster right now. Game 3 draft, the big change up from the start is that Mars Fog. This time round, Aster, they're going to be able to get their hands on it.
Yeah, this time around, I'm looking at a lot more solutions, especially for the carry. I know Yuragi last time, he got kind of the pick of the litter. He got to do whatever he wanted because he got this last pick terribly, and it looked like a pretty godly TV game. This time, he does look a lot more addressed. There's Rupture to deal with the mobility of the PA. There's the break that can come out from the Hoodwink. Lots of different forms of disable and ways of moving him around. So this one does look like the hardest one for OG.
So, I think, you know, Yuragi definitely was tempted to play this hero after getting to see what Monet was able to do towards the end of that one. You know, might have been 20k down, but still picking up the kills he did. You know, if that game was any closer, that might be in the beginning of Monet being able to take the game away from OG. Certainly took my voice away at the end of that one. An incredible final fight. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 now here between OG and Aster. And overall, what sort of stands out to you? The change up from Amar, going back to one of his classics here, the Underlord coming in as the last pick. What do you think they saw that made them feel that Underlord would have a good place this game in the grand finals?
He saw nothing else because everything was banned.
Yeah.
No, he was versus the 2 strength cores. I think in particular that's really nice, and also the damage negation that Atrophy Aura is going to provide for them to last longer in the fights. I think that's what PA needs in a lot of situations. If PA lives, we see what you can do, right? If you get to these later stages, the built-in lifesteal on the jump is pretty ridiculous, so maybe that's what they're looking for as well. The control is also just nice, too, right? I think Ansenio was saying it, the layer of these roots and control that can be a little annoying for a hero like Bloodseeker once a BKB starts to tick down. But let's see if he's going to make it work, because to me it does look like a much harder PA game than the setup, at least for Yuragi to carry last year, as I was saying before.
And what do you think sort of jumped out after this game that made them want to run the Tiny in the different capacity? This time having Ori playing the Tiny in the mid lane.
I think they saw the puck, so it's a clear puck mid matchup that we've seen time and time again. Tiny doing excellent versus it. I actually think Tiny might even be better versus the puck now without the side camp, because puck utilized it even better. So yeah, eyes on Ori to kind of set the pace of this game, and it could be a pretty damn good game for the Tiny.
Let's see how well BZM's able to play on the puck. We saw last game, Ori definitely had his work cut out when it came to jumping around the team fights. Is there too much that BZM's going to be threatened with in this game, do you feel?
Yeah, there's a ton of disable. There's silences from Grimstroke, there's leashes, the puck, or the Tiny combo in general, because he's going to get earlier Blink Dagger. Doesn't look as easy for BZM. That's what I was saying. Like, for BZM and for Yuragi, game looks a little tougher. But if anyone can do it, OG has just looked spectacular in this grand finals.
And how do you imagine sort of the safe lane goes for Aster? Would you imagine sort of the built-in sustain that Monet has as a Bloodseeker is going to be enough against the inevitable spam from Chu and Amar?
Yeah, it's an easy lane for Monet, I would say. He should be able to get some pretty solid free farm. I think they can even pose kill threat much more onto Amar than Amar can pour onto Monet. Just depends on how many stacks and everything and what Chu decides to do. How good he can get disruptions to kind of stop the aggression versus Inkswell.
We'll see sort of the difference in dynamic as well for Aster in terms of what they can expect from PQ, right, on the support Grim. Yep. Sure, you know, you've got some buffs to throw out, but not quite on the same level as the sort of the heavier defensive supports that PQ's been playing, like the Dazzles, the Abaddons, the Wyverns.
Yeah, absolutely. Baboka does juke out those brambles nicely. Yeah, no, I agree. He still does have at least some defensive thing when you get your shard coming out as Amar. Heavy harassment. They do have the disrupt to at least protect him for a moment, but yeah, you're already starting to see what this lane is going to start to look like quickly.
Absolutely, I was sitting on the regen for Amar. He's got a couple of tangos left, but Monet might look to dive him under the tower. He's got the blood right, the Inkswell buff up to go. Has to get in and get first blood.
Yeah, it's not easy. Every time disrupt is on cooldown, just trying to protect this Underlord is going to be very difficult versus these two. Excellently done from Aster. And yeah, Monet, he'll be able to sustain fine up here.
Bottom lane, Baboka also getting low, but not quite having the ability to jump and chase him down.
These side lanes are super aggressive. So everybody just constantly, also this always happens, right? It's like, especially lately, it's more and more. This is why Bloodseeker's value tends to go up a lot. There's so much spamming in the waves that he always is moving a little bit faster because of that thirst. Especially when it's going to be like a tiny mid also, constantly harassing onto the puck. So far, looking at mid matchup, Ori slightly ahead at the moment.
See if we get any sort of early moves towards the mid. Does seem that for now, both teams more focused on looking for these kills in these side lanes.
Nice move from BZM though. Shoves the wave in super hard under mid, so he's making sure he's not losing anything, and he's actually going to be able to get a rune out of it because of that. Nice move. Top. Will get a little better as those levels do get there for Amar. Level 3, so level 2 atrophy to offset some of that damage is pretty nice. And he does have second bracer, so unlikely to die again, but yeah, that first one, pretty painful to set Monet off to a good start.
Oh, for sure, and yeah, if Chu's able to always hold back the disruption and use it to play around the blood right threat if someone's in range of it, should be able to save one another.
Just which one? He has to make a choice, right? He has to, are you going to dodge the Inkswell or are you going to dodge the blood right? As, ooh, who actually used the glyph there? It looks like Top used the glyph for the blood right. Not something you see too often, usually mid laners, so exclusive to have that power. As now the mid lane is just getting harder and harder. Ori.
See bottom. Solid angle there from XXS with the spear. Will set up for the kill.
Okay, wow, that did a lot more damage. Oh, okay, that's why. I was like, wow, that did tons of damage. Level 2 Acorn shot, so Not usually something you see picked up. Usually you do see like the 2 points in Bushwhack, just one there. So cool from Baboka to make sure that he gets that kill. Different skill build than usual.
CS at the moment. Very, very even, really.
And Amar actually now starting to dominate the CS.
He's getting a
with his
lot of
two
last
bracers.
hits. He's top of the board.
Bit surprising, actually. But after he gets like the full reset of HP, I guess it actually maybe helped him more than harmed him, that death.
2 points in that passive. It's got a hefty amount of right click, so very hard to contest unless Monet can sort of set up the creeps to take him out with a blood right. Amar having a very solid chance of getting plentiful denies on this top lane.
Phase boots are finished for Monet now. Should get a little easier for him, but yeah, pretty huge that Amar is able to just get this tanky that they can't actually go for him at all. The double, this is just his build, right? He always does this. Double bracer offlaners, always, even 3 sometimes.
Man, he's gonna have that ring of health on him very shortly after this delivery from the courier, so he's gonna be super, super tough to harass out of this lane.
They can't push him out. They have to come in for kills pretty much if they want to stop him there. And spot him, the connect. Ooh, it gets cut right away.
Immediate response there from Uragi with the Quelling Blade.
Pretty even though in the lanes so far. PA getting slowed down a little bit. Same thing for the Bloodseeker. Tiny just having that outstanding game as we mentioned. You know, the matchup. Just very nice.
We'll see it again there. Very, very quick move that scoop. Does mean that stun comes to an end, and if it didn't, Tiger might have been in trouble.
Yeah. But XXS also getting that free farm. And we've seen what Mars is able to do at this tournament, especially in these last few games, just how dominant this hero's been in both of these players' hands too. It's the important thing. You know, everyone talks about Amar and his Mars. XXS is a beast on this hero.
Very hard for OG to get aggressive on him anytime that Baboka's in the area. Huge amounts of burst physical available from these two, the Mars and the Hoodwink.
Yeah, Taiga's just really squishy, especially versus these two. He has to be super careful. If he ever uses Shadow Realm aggressively, we'll quickly get turned on.
We'll see. Again, BZM, I believe, just headed back. Continues to grab those bounties. Couple time from his half of the map.
Ooh, nice orb. Max range actually gets that last creep.
Does have the level 6 online, so potential now for reactions to any side lane play.
And now Aster probably even more unlikely to go for too aggressive of a play up top onto Amar. They haven't been able to anyway because of this insane regen he has, but BZM always will be there to react if they do make an aggressive move.
He's not going to be an easy hero to kill this game, Amar.
Nobody wants to leave their lanes at the moment though. Literally nobody has left. They're all just sitting stagnant in those side lanes.
You'll see the TP now, Baboka. He's ready to change things up. He'll come in towards the top lane. So we can get the setup on Chu, but Chu, very quick with the disruption. So there's no chance for Baboka to catch him.
Or he gets the solo kill.
He did over in the mid lane. A solo kill on the 1v1. We'll see if Aster can also find something out of his top play. They may just do so. The setup's there from Baboka. Acorn shot into the bushwhack. They'll cut the tree down, and he has got the hood, so Amar's very tanky.
He ran into the root.
He runs into the root. Monet gets caught on the way out.
Monet, a big mistake there. He walked into the second one.
And that mid lane play, I'm sure we'll be able to get a replay of it, but looks like just stepping up, catching him in the combo, or having just enough damage to take BZM down.
Man, looks like he just got on top of him. Enough burst. After the first one, he got him to like half HP. The secondary one must have just been enough. As yet, top of Amar, the tankiness proves to be too much. A hood now finished, also able to counteract them easily. The 3 points in atrophy are definitely coming into play. They could not commit onto him.
Now, Monet just doesn't have the damage at all to really offer in an attempt to take down this Underlord.
And that was Baboka. Baboka was the one who tried to gank top, and he actually kind of ganked his own safe lane in a way. Monet now.
OG, they're still hanging around for more action. Chu's got the setup. He's going to be able to step out of this.
Here comes Ori.
And with the fourth hero, they could threaten Amar. They'll try and charge him down. They've caught him in the avalanche. With 4 heroes, surely he can't walk out of this one. And indeed he can't. Aster finally able to shut down Amar on this top lane.
I believe he TP'd with the Arcane Rune as well, so TP will be up faster for Ori. A quick, easy move. All kind of sequences of what happened when you get that solo kill mid. You guarantee yourself the power rune and an easy move. That could kind of set the tempo for this early game. Ori having this excellent start. His blink is going to be so fast. He's already 600 away.
And BZM's definitely got to keep his sort of sights set on finding that that kill opportunity with the Dream Coil to really jump him back into the game, is starting to slip behind in gold.
Yeah, Ori's probably like, yeah, I had a really hard puck game. Now I'm going to make you have a very tough puck game. He is quite addressed this time around. Not into a Nyx Assassin, but a Tiny with a Blink Dagger super early is probably even more threatening.
A lot of continued focus really around that top lane. Doesn't mean that down bottom, Uragi's having a pretty chilled time. Not really too much that's been thrown his way so far.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely they make an aggressive move unless they bring like the Bloodseeker or the Tiny. They still can go for like rupture plays and tossbacks and everything too, which is always going to be a big element to make Uragi's game just really difficult. That's why they went for this setup.
Now Baboka already preparing some of the stacks here. Same to be said over on OG's side of the map, Chew. Making sure there's a good amount to farm here in the triangle.
Good lane.
So get the setup, Tiger. Got the Fairy Fire. He's going to be able to step out of that one.
The tree.
Ooh. Oh, down to about 19 HP there, Tiger.
If Ori actually gets the tree throw off before he gets the disruption, then they would probably get the kill because he doesn't have the bonus armor, but yeah, it doesn't quite get it off. A nice play from Chu. Always seems to, I mean, he's really excellent this game, or this entire series, this whole tournament with his positioning.
Stepping in as he has.
He's always in the right place, like to save people. It's pretty nice. It's pretty remarkable. Now he's gonna take a stack of his own. He wants to get his level 6 in some timing.
See Aster look towards the top lane, but just with the two of them, I mean, how much of a chance do they stand of killing Amar? Can they make a rupture play on him, or is it just not going to happen?
Nah, they need a third hero. I think with just the two of them, it's never really going to work. He can just TP after rupturing, Swell goes off, or just even stand his ground under his Firestorm. They need to have the Tiny or the Hoodwink with 6. Another stack coming out, Baboka. I actually think he missed that one. Ooh. Huge hard camp stack, though, so Ori, I believe that is the Blink Dagger now done. So pace of the game is going to kick up quickly here for Aster. Yeah. But at the same time, BZM, OG, they're looking to make their own hit.
We'll be able to catch XXS here with the Bramble, the Fear control as well. Of course, the Fear and the Dream Coil combo causing the snap to occur.
Nicely done.
And making that move just to the point which was almost certainly moments before Aster were to look to make a move themselves down there. The Blink Dagger done on Ori. He wants to try and catch out Uragi.
Who are they going to get?
See if we can do it now.
Up.
They need to burst through this PA. See Baboka setting up with the ultimate. He'll turn to the side. They'll get the break hit in. It's not quite enough damage straight away to take down Uragi,
They're both
though.
okay because they split the damage.
And he's now able to turn potentially. Tiger comes in from the side. You'll see Amar ready to jump across from the other side of the map. They'll get back in onto Ori. They'll take him down. Chu hits the 6, has the Demonic Purge. They'll be able to set up to look for Baboka as well. The arena's out. Disruption from Chu. He's giving that safety towards Uragi. Uragi may still be able to keep this fight going. He's going to TP out safely. They cannot stop his escape. Uragi gets out. Tiger as well escapes. Only BZM left behind as Monet will manage to swing over, at least find something there for Aster.
What a save though. Chu again. Every single time. Amar also, he comes bottom, says hello, goes straight back to top, wants to keep getting that farm and pressure
going. Look how much money he's got. He's got 2,000 gold in the bank here.
This is going to be an incredibly early Atos before Bloodseeker's even anywhere near a BKB, so the control from Amar, it's going to be problematic for this Bloodseeker. And yeah, that whole sequence happens because Aster, they kind of split because Uragi, he blurred in, and it kind of like messed with them. Like they both kind of went for these different targets. Baboka getting the snipe on the PA while the combo goes on the puck.
They'll be able to stick around and push for the tier 1, but indeed we'll see again towards the end of that fight. You know, it was a good job that Monet did turn up because without his presence, they wouldn't have been finding anything in this engagement. But again, Chu just absolutely on point here with the spell usage, making sure that Uragi, he's not threatened at all.
I think it's such a heads-up play, though, what Amar does. Like this, you know, TP down, collect the damage, because when you kill the heroes, of course, you know, you get that extra attribute. TP's back top, gets a tower, gets extra farm. He tends to do this. He's super farm heavy, but it usually pays off for him as, yeah, top of the net worth. He actually goes for the pipe instead. So tanking up versus the magic damage that Aster has, and maybe just wanting to show up to every single team fight then, rather than being the catch, he's just going to negate all that damage. Because then maybe, you know, Puck is going to survive the burst in all these situations versus the Tiny if the Underlord is in the area.
See Aster, of course, they'll continue to try and hit OG with these moves. Smoke up on Ori and PQ. Also has the Invis Rune as well if they need to close the gap further. XXS Arena ready to drop.
Yeah, really cool how he decides to do this, right? Just tries to tank up his whole team rather than going for any catch. Amar just feels like if they just tank the fight, they'll end up winning it, I guess. So pipe into the Wraith Pack next.
And I think for the most part, you know, if you sort of consider what Aster have, it will be Aster having to throw their bodies into the front of the team fight to get that jump.
Oh, bottom. See him. Murray, he knows.
The setup.
Is it enough, though?
And they got the follow.
Oh, it doesn't latch.
He's not able to latch in time. He phase shift, jumps out of the side. Shumai is starting to protect him from the God's Rebuke. XXS will drop the arena, but BZM still alive. Silence comes into play to try and stop the fear from Tiger, but as it comes to an end, Tiger still gets the fear off. Pushes back XXS. XXS cannot run.
Some of these, sometimes you see that, and it's so crazy how it happens, but I think actually the toss cut one of the trees that was where the spear is going to connect. I mean, it's super random how that happens sometimes, but either way, OG, they benefited from it massively. XXS now twice getting brought down.
And these saves from Chu. Aster, they've got to have someone dealing with the Shadow Demon.
Oh, Yuragi's getting all the space in the world, and now we mentioned those ancient stacks that they've been prepping for him. It's like a 5x ancient
That's
for
massive.
this PA.
Oh my goodness, we saw how much Monet was able to do towards the end whilst he was playing from so far behind. In this game, Yuragi, he's going to be playing from the top.
He's already spamming the chat wheel. He's so happy. This is pretty massive, them just being able to keep this farm for Yuragi. He's now going to catapult forward past this Bloodseeker. Aster, it feels like they have to start making some more aggressive moves to try to slow down this PA, but
they have to keep going with Ori.
It keeps getting counteracted. Like OG, they're prepared for it, or somehow they end up surviving it, or bring the numbers. Like Amar, he's looking. I mean, he's like sitting mid, kind of AFK. I think he's just waiting for rift opportunity. Yep.
Yeah, he's going to look to try and join the fight because Monet headed out alone, and
He's
with
dead.
nothing to protect himself, he's gone.
Oh man, Owen. OG is just finding every single opportunity.
Yeah, and Aster's, they're not finding the catch.
No, and they're drafted. We mentioned the PA, he has a lot of things that he's dealt with, and like there's a lot of counters to him, but he's getting way too much on the map.
He's ahead. See if they can burst through Amar. They
Very
catch him in the
tanky.
river. Set up there, along with the sharpshooter, have to drop pretty much everything to kill him, but it is a success. They take out Amar.
Honestly worth it. He is being so annoying this game. They have to get more out of it though. I think they have to try to pressure this tower now. 25 seconds without the Underlord.
Yeah, they've got to continue to play fast.
It's a full HP tower though. It's not going to be easy.
If anyone steps up, Ori,
He's
be
waiting.
ready with the blink jump.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Does not die fast though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they'll reveal himself now. They're hitting with the scan. They know that OG's hiding on the other side of the lane.
You get some tower damage here, but not the whole thing whatsoever. As Yuragi just continues to clear some camps up, get this incredible timing. You see his levels, level 13 now, Bloodseeker only 11. He's feeling very good.
And now that OG's grouped up as the four of them around this mid, it's a very dangerous place for Aster to be anywhere near. Still going to try though, Ori. He's in with the jump combo.
That's,
They get him up pretty deep here under the tier 1, but OG, they're close by. They can back him up. And now BZM steps in. Dream Coil onto the two of them. They'll turn to deal with PQ as PQ taken out. Aster, they've got to back off. It feels like they may be running out of options here, Aster. Despite the goal being close, they're going for these plays that seem a little bit desperate.
yeah, I mean, they're going for Amar, the 2,000 HP pipe hero. They're committing quite a lot onto him a lot of the times too. Yuragi now, he can join into the fray.
See the jump again from Ori.
Uh-oh.
Meteor Shadow up
He's
the third,
burnt.
Clash thrown down on him. He's not able to get the catch. The fear out onto the two of them. Ori's gone. Let's see if they can turn with the arena. They caught him up. A big kill to find. Spear,
Spear
wasn't
up
needed
hard.
to hit, but it still gets the job done. Silence as well catches out BZM. A very well-needed couple of kills there for Aster. Onto two of the cores of OG. This
now-
time OG getting caught out.
And Monet has BKB now, and as we said, you know, PA still has to watch out versus all these counters. Aster finally finds something going their way. Huge pickups onto the two cores.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be another a rough move there with Ori sort of dying at the start, but was able to sort of tempt OG into a fight that Aster did have the capabilities to turn there. Having the arena ready to go, XXS, and of course being as tanky as he is, BKB at the ready. They can't quite go on the Mars without considering how much they have to throw down to threaten him. XXS, he's starting to become a bit of a problem.
Yeah, bit of an overextension there from OG, gets quickly punished. It was kind of clutch timing. Like honestly, I really feel like Aster, they did need that for the Bloodseeker to make sure that he's able to keep up with the PA. Yuragi was starting to run away with that farm, but now Monet, BKB's done. He can look to join every single one of these fights.
Nice little find here as well for Monet, the Brigand's Blade.
The dream.
Extra damage to allow him to commit in these fights with the BKB Maelstrom.
Also, they get a couple, with those kills, they do get a couple extra big items too. The Grimstroke now with the Shard. This could be something to offset a lot of that burst damage and control that OG does have.
Yeah, they do have the sort of the tools to enable Monet to pop off in these team fights.
They sure do. And as we said, the core-to-core matchup this time around. Last time it was Yuragi with this huge advantage, Monet versus that PA, and that Rupture is always going to be a big thorn in Yuragi's side.
Saber now done for Ori, so extra level to the burst that he'll have when he gets the jump.
Looks like Amar did switch up the build, of course, too. Switching it up constantly. Had the Wraith Pack queued, now BKB because he's scared of the big burst.
See Ori, he's going to go for another jump onto Amar. TPs are coming in. Can they kill him quite quick enough? Chu offering up the disruption. Sharpshooter's going to be there off to the side. Will land over towards Chu. Monet pops the BKB, focusing down Amar. Amar trying to get out there with a teleport.
He's
able
gone.
to do so. Back to the fountain. Amar escaped.
And Monet's BKB's done.
Ori's going to try and get the jump off again. He's backing onto Yuragi with the toss combo. Yuragi gets burst there by the magical damage of the Grimstroke and the Bloodseeker.
BZM.
OG, they're still trying to fight. Amar's able to reset Portal back into the action, catching out Ori with the Dream Core BZM. Ori turns with the Avalanche. He'll try his best to juke this out. He's got Blink up in a second. He'll blink down. See if they still find him. Curse Ground hits. They will. OG still able to find the majority of the kills in that, despite this time losing their carry. Yuragi does go down.
Aster still probably pretty okay with it. They lose Ori, but Monet able to scurry away. Look a little scary for him for a second too, because his BKB was falling off, but they didn't have anything further to catch. But yeah, Yuragi, I'm surprised he actually showed up to this fight. Like, he was very close, getting closer and closer to BKB, but once they get involved, gets punished.
Can they catch BZM? Be down to Baboka.
Let's see, he's sneaking.
See if we can find him in the trees. Deep into the corner. He tries for an attempt. Won't quite be able to find him. Already out with the phase shift in the jump. BZM will be safe. TP just coming back online.
And now he has Blink Dagger of his own, so much more elusive in the fights and will be easier access onto the Hoodwink and this Grimstroke that he's kind of has to go for as this puck in the fights.
And we'll see how quick Aster is going to be to look to try and take another fight.
Let's see how much they can tank up too, because the pipe could be pretty massive for OG just to offset a lot of that damage, and they don't really have anything that they can do that. Veil is actually finished for Taiga, so a lot of magic damage that OG does actually have.
I think
that is amped up.
They want to group up and go Aster. Here's the smoke.
I think this is exactly what they have to do, really.
Yep.
Blink on XXS as well too. They have an easier form of initiation. They're feeling strong right now.
I mean, we saw that last fight. It was very close to being an overwhelming win for Aster if they were able to kill Amar before he portaled out.
They might yet get Yuragi. He has BKB coming on the courier.
Oh, he's already out. Jumps over to the creep wave.
That was close.
So whatever happens now, BKB will be ready to pop in for the PA unless they can burst him. They're on the high ground. He might not expect the jump, but no, already. The BKB's there.
He's jumping in.
He knows that they're going for the play on him, and he'll turn to make the play on them. Fear out is starting to push Ori back. BZM's onto the back line, catching the two supports with the Dream Core. They take down Ori, take down Baboka, take down PQ. XXS also to fall. OG, they were prepared.
The shadow. It's so crazy how these little things always add up, but the Shadow Poison, it breaks the blink of the Tiny. They can't get the initial jump
and straight to Roshan.
And it's right into Roche.
I mean, what a reaction there. I mean, you could feel it. Aster felt that they were in a perfect position to make that jump onto Yuragi. They're up on the high ground. They see the PA. But the next thing they know, he's on top of them.
Such confidence, right? Like, he just BKB jumps. He knows his team is going to be there for the backup. OG continue to make this magic work for them. Level 17 PA on the way toward the Shard next.
He's definitely becoming quite the problem here, Yuragi. See, once again, this replay, they're up on the high ground, but as you say, just the way that OG, and in particular Chu, was able to mess with their ability to get that jump.
Chu is honestly just, yeah, he is pretty much the MVP for me in a lot of these games for OG. The little things that he's able to do, the saves, breaking blinks, just kind of reading the map also to understanding where the movement's coming.
No, this man's insane. The plays that he's coming out consistently at Elan, and there's a relatively new face in terms of playing here at the tier 1 level. He's crushing it.
Yeah, and I really wanted to highlight him also because he's about to have Aghanims done, Owen. And this unlocks a whole new potential of the hero. The break, 3 different break charges. Also, when you get Shard as well, you get 3 of your defensive purge things that can just totally kind of protect the PA in a lot of situations. Yeah, OG somehow just doing it over and over again.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting ready to push on here with the Aegis in their hands. Tier 2 tower. We'll see what sort of a defense Aster can pull together. Yuragi
Ooh, they're smoking just the 2 back heroes. Shadow Demon
Amar,
and the puck.
he's just able to walk up and get the opening onto XXS. XXS will be able to put the BKB, turns over towards Yuragi, catches him with the ink swell into the spear, but the pipe buff's there, keeping Yuragi protected, and they don't want to overcommit for a PA with an Aegis. They'll turn with the rupture. Yuragi jumps to the side, trying to force Aster to go a little deeper if they want to take the Aegis out of his hands, and Aster, they can't. They'll be able to protect the Aegis here on Yuragi, OG.
Look how Amar plays. Like, he's just literally standing on top of his PA to just block any spells, any toss combos, anything. He's trying to ensure that there's no toss back funny plays anymore. If they're going to toss back anybody, it's going to be Amar. Really good coverage again and again by OG. Playing aggressive here now, finding their footing with this Aegis. Now it's tough for Aster. They've been wanting to kind of play at this fast pace, but playing into Aegis now kind of halts the aggression. It gives OG the time to get this PA fatter and fatter.
I've got the halberd now, Monet, so a good opportunity to shut down some of the moments of Yuragi's physical damage output in the fights if you can be quick with the disarm.
Does mean that his damage is going to be quite a bit weaker, though. I'm sure he does have Brigand's Blade at least, and he has purchased up the Shard, which at least will help, but it's a very defensive item that he's gone for.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Probably feels necessary, though, because PA's damage is starting to get quite insane. Level 18 is about to be picked up. Deso on the horizon. Yeah, you see Aster, I think they are definitely feeling quite reluctant to make any type of aggressive move into this Aegis.
Yeah, they may just have to wait this 2 minutes or so out.
Yeah. Or somehow like split push side lanes and just try to catch people with the toss plays. But OG, they're just not giving that window, and it's also scary playing into the Underlord. It's similar to the concept of like this Dawnbreaker. You go for an aggressive move on one side of the map, Amar is going to come in and bring a pipe to kind of counteract all that aggression. Aster still gathered up.
Ori is alone on the bottom. The setup's going to be there from BZM. Amar ready to follow it up. As indeed, as you say, Aster, Ori trying to go for a bit of split push, but of course OG, they've got all the tools to punish it.
They always just bring the numbers.
Oh, see, Aster trying to prepare for the return. As they're here by the portal, Amar, he'll nope his way back out of there.
But his
back
team's
towards
coming.
the bottom because he's tanked the rupture.
Okay.
Demonic Purge thrown down onto Monet, kiting him out. Yuragi's going to look to try and come in. Has been held back by the disarm for now. We'll see to be able to bring down Tiger, but Yuragi's still a problem. He's at full HP. Aster, they don't want to get anywhere near this PA.
Tried to set up for the rift, but everybody jumps in from OG to join.
Yeah, we saw as soon as he gets the rupture on him, Amar's just straight back out of there.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'll pop back.
And then I think he TP'd back afterwards, right? He TP'd onto the outposts that they have, so they still could just bring the number advantage versus Aster.
I mean, that conceptually, that is a huge thing to do, right? If anyone does get ruptured, Amar just drops down the dark rift, you just head into the rift.
Yep, and then you come back afterwards. Stays up for 20 seconds, rupture's only that 12. Ori shows his face for a second, gets hit, and now, I mean, Chu, Aghanims is done. Yep. So, we said, unlocks a whole different potential of the hero.
I mean, he hasn't died this hit.
He has not.
1-0-11. They've never been able to punish the Shadow Demon.
No, it's phenomenal play, really, from him. And we haven't even gotten to really, talk about, what Disseminate has gotten to do, because it's a kind of a new spell, but you can definitely feel the power of it. It makes... Kind of the concept of it is it makes tankier heroes squishier. Let's make it the easy way. Sure, it makes all this cleave and stuff like that.
Yuragi.
Definitely feeling the
He
effect.
wants to charge in with these final moments of the Aegis. He's going to get the jump in over towards Baboka.
Oh man, and they're starting to run away with the game again. 30 seconds on this Aegis, but they've gotten so much out of this Aegis. The map control.
I mean, Monet is still, of course, incredibly farmed, but the question is if he's going to be able to provide such an explosive fight from behind as he was able to do on the PA.
It's him versus the world, and he's not a PA.
See Aster setting up.
Ori
already
again?
the jump's there onto Ori. Ori's going to get caught out by OG before Aster could even make a play. This time they'll catch Chu in the arena into the silence. They will take him out. See what more they can find though. BZM is in on top of PQ. Yuragi turns towards Monet, ready to stand his ground against the Bloodseeker. He's ready to chase them down as well.
They're
trying to hold the back with the Soulbind. Monet will manage to get the TP off in time, but XXS caught out beyond the tower by BZM and Tiger. Is 3 dead yet again on Aster. And OG, they finally lose Chu, but that's all they lose.
Oh, and they just keep finding Ori. He's having one of the rougher games I've seen in such a long time. 2-6-2. BKB still not done. He actually held the Echo Saber rather than doing the disassemble play that we do see a lot of the times. He's gone for just picking up all the extra components, and he's paying for it. They keep just controlling him and bursting him down with all this magic damage.
And understandably, Chu has definitely been the threat. They really commit in for him there, but it cost them.
And it's this deep ward also that was not taken out. We didn't really talk about it, but north of this fight, that ward is almost full duration. So giving them that sight to get on top of Ori and just always initiate on him. 7K lead now for OG with a PA, with now a freshly picked up Deso, level 20 picked up too, and the Titan Sliver. Everything's coming together. The game's getting harder and harder. Monet!
Tiger just starts the fight onto Monet. He pretty much takes him down to a 3rd HP on his own. He will die for his attempt there, Tiger. But very much seeing the potential when he gets that setup and no BKB ready to protect him. Monet taking huge amounts of damage from the Dark Willow alone. I mean, Yuragi's still hanging around the area.
He's blurred up.
Maybe seeing if he finds a pick-off on his own.
They're trying to save I think they're trying to protect their ward as long as
Could
possible.
be a bit risky. Has to have the numbers here this time if OG do try and push into the fight. And Amal is teasing some of the action. They won't head into the triangle. They know that they're outnumbered here. They may have the lead OG, but not to a point where they can take a fight 3 versus 5.
No, definitely not. They thought about it though, Chu, because he has the break. I think he was probably maybe saying like, we might just be able to annihilate, like just delete this Mars before the fight starts, but OG playing still disciplined. As they should, as we've seen Aster, even when they're at a deficit, have been able to take some remarkable fights this series. This one definitely feeling harder, but let's see what they can do. XXS!
Gonna miss the spear. Curse Crown kicks in. Monet will try and keep him covered with the blood right, causing OG to be careful with how they jump in. Ori over to the side, he's got to be careful. He'll jump in himself, actually voluntarily over towards Amal, toss him back, but they've lost the
Double rupture.
Soulmind into the double rupture. XXS commits in, but the BKB's off in time here from Yuragi. Yuragi attempts to stand his ground.
They're porting out.
Yuragi's getting low, but they're rifting out. They're away. They head into the rift, they get out of there. Tiger will stick around. He wants to keep fighting. He's in on top of Ori. As Ori will run, but Yuragi resets, he's back in, jumps forward, takes down Ori. Again, Amar just providing these perfect capabilities for OG to reset and choose how they want to take the fight or get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, they're on some kind of like genius level stuff, right? Like from the draft now, they probably had this concept maybe in their back pocket, and it's working out perfectly.
You get ruptured, you get out of there.
Yep, and then come back and you say, oh, okay, no more ruptures, no more soulbind. 10K lead, Yuragi now having freedom in the fights. And that's, I mean, this was like one of the more ideals for Aster. The BKBs did get off though. If XXS gets the spear pre-BKBs, which is, I mean, pretty impossible, then the fight probably goes their favor. But yeah, OG covering their bases perfectly every single time.
Yuragi pretty much having a full basher done after that fight. It's going to be even harder for Monet to be able to stand toe-to-toe with him in a team fight.
Now he might not even be able to walk away. A lot of these times, the only reason that Monet's actually surviving is because he's able to actually distance himself away from this PA. Now 1 or 2 bashes, Monet might just die.
Now Tiger, very far out on his own, but they don't see him up here for now. Now Ori, okay, he reveals himself there, and Ori very quick to get the jump.
Being a little too cocky again, Tiger. He has the blink dagger, so like kind of playing like he can blink away, but yeah, Ori slaps that down. And now Ori, like we said, does have BKB, so a little bit safer. But yeah, 3-7 and 3. They're gonna have to stay in the area around the Roche pit too. This is gonna be the next big determining factor if they're able to win a fight around it.
It's so difficult for them to take a team fight.
It really is.
Now when it comes down to these 2 carries at even net worth, we're very much feeling how much more explosive the PA can be.
Yeah, like if they don't, it's always like kind of finding supports, right? But if they don't find Chu, and Chu's able to just like get all 3 of his demonic purge off, 1 onto Mars, 1 onto Bloodseeker, and maybe just another 1 onto Bloodseeker afterwards, or onto Tiny, fight is not easy.
Smoke time from both sides, knowing the importance of being able to try and start this fight around the potential Roche respawn.
Ori has to get the initiation off. He has to just try to delete some hero. If they get initiated on the side of Aster, I think it's just going to go disastrously.
Does have DD Rune in the bottle.
Can one-shot most of the supports if he does find them.
Chu would be the big catch. Bursting through BZM's a little bit more difficult. He has got the components of the Eon Disc ready to assemble.
CMR also picking up a Lincoln, so trying to prevent versus that rupture. Just throwing it onto Yuragi probably inside of those fights. Because then if Yuragi does not get ruptured, he is going to rip the fight apart.
Dire are scanning.
Roche is back up.
OG smokes up, but Aster do have the high ground.
They also just got a full AC on Monet, so quite a bit stronger.
See how they can start the fight. Ready though.
3-man route.
OG's able to lead in on towards them. Aster's getting forced back. XXS has to put the BKB early.
It's a BKB to run though.
See if they can chase on after this. Blink from XXS will break him a far enough distance away. You'll see BZM drop the coil in. Trying to tease out a BKB reaction from Monet. It won't come into play. He can step out.
Great play there with the Inkswell. Knowing they can hold the BKB, but now no BKB on the Mars. Does OG perhaps just start focusing onto the Roche? I think they probably can with the PA. And Aster, the pressure's on them. They have to kind of just keep poking their face and scouting out that Roche area soon. Even though they don't have BKB on XXS, this is a very difficult fight now for them.
I know, do you know that? They want to take this fight.
Yuragi sneaking in.
I mean, Monet showing in the river.
Yuragi's in.
He's in. Firstly, Bash straight away, but both are eliminated. Bash as well from the dagger over towards Monet upon the BKB. Soulbind trying to hold back both Amar and Monet, but there's their control. As Monet has to run, they've caught Yuragi in the arena. That's Yuragi jumping forward, picks up a double kill. As he's incredibly low, but he's backing off away from the fight. He's still alive. In fact, he jumps back in, but it's into an avalanche. It's 3 dead on OG. Ori still alive here for now, alongside both Monet and PQ. Finally, Aster, they may be able to find more. Ori, he's in with the jump. To Amar, see if they've got the damage. He has got BZM here to help him out. Amar's going to charge straight over towards PQ. Ori getting incredibly low. BZM, he's able to take him out at the end of it. Amar trying to get up with the rift. He'll manage to reset back to base. Aster, they'll get a few kills themselves, but again, not without their own casualties.
A pretty damn good fight, though. Monet's actually able to get the Rupture off, and then they see the TP out, and then they get the leash from the Soulbind to stop the TP onto Yuragi.
And yeah, an incredibly split fight there.
Yep.
Monet surviving, and well on the way now towards the Mjolnir.
Yeah, this AC actually, you know, him going for this kind of defensive pickups of items, the Helper and the AC, he's very tanky, and it provides a pretty good tankiness for his teammates, too, to survive a little longer.
I'll see it again here.
Right when it ends.
Ori, fair few fights now where he struggled to sort of have the impact that he'd want to with the way that OG been able to get the catch on him. This time round, a fair few spells causing issues for OG. Still, the tankiness and the ability to relocate out of the action with the Rift, favoring Amar's moves. Right back in the action. I see both teams look to kick it off again.
He's broken.
Now it's got the BKB charge, holding on to it for now.
Yuragi's
still have
just
outpost
keeping
control, OG, so indeed Yuragi's going to be able to join them for this fight.
And that ward's still on the high ground. It's seeing Aster back away.
Tiger's trying to see if he can get the catch with BZM, and BZM's in, he gets the Dream Coil onto the two of them. PQ in trouble, Monet has to put the BKB, Ori's going to commit in, jumps over towards Yuragi, but hasn't got nearly enough damage to burst through this PA. As he'll put the BKB, Ori tries to grab the arena's there, Yuragi getting very, very low, the feed!
He's alive!
It catches the three of the Tiger! Controls Aster and makes sure that Yuragi can live, stand his ground and heal back up.
I think they even used the Lincolns. I didn't know if I think he used the Lincolns onto Yuragi too, right before the Rupture comes out, so no Rupture either. OG again taking the fight. Taiga with his, with his Dark Will this whole tournament also.
Perfectly placed
every
there.
time. Always controlling everybody.
His team, the one to be caught in the arena of XXS, but bang on target there with a 3-man fear.
Uh-oh, PQ. He's merged up.
He's going to get slowed down. They do have buybacks available on Aster, but they're going to be hesitant to want to use them. As Tiger gets in, cleans up the action.
And Amar gets that bonus damage, the Atrophy Aura. See how much he's doing to the tower.
And they take him Roche as well, of course. Yuragi able to easily solo this. So not only severe base damage being done to Aster, Yuragi, he'll be ready to turn up, and over he comes with the ultimate, immediately ready to continue this push from OG.
This is just, again, amazing team play, amazing team fights over and over again from OG, kind of covering each other perfectly. Always there with the saves, always there with the control and number. 14K. How can Monet do this by himself?
It's a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Especially into like so much damage mitigation. Amar now, he's finally going to start bringing Brace back down as well soon.
Trying to start things off, or he's looking for the toss map, but he's not able to find it. Defensive disruption comes out for Chu. Yuragi still tanks the sharpshooter shot, but that's the BKB from Ori. And he's having to use it to back off under the tier 4 tower. So Yuragi teasing with the jump over towards Monet.
That's the whole Rupture as well, too, gone. Yuragi now just continues to getting healed by Chu. That demonic cleanse, of course.
Buffing him up with the Lincolns as well, making it incredibly hard for Aster to get any sort of jump on him. They've got to do it twice. Has that Aegis here for the push.
They have opportunities where they can do the toss-back spears into tier 4s, but it's not easy.
They're trying again to get the angle, but they won't be able to find it. Not able to get the catch. XXS has to put the BKB. They do manage to get the pushback out onto the two of them. Monet moving in, but the bashes are there. Yuragi turns towards Monet. Monet has to split away from them, back to the fountain.
He's in no man's
land. And the bashes caught him out. As Ori out of the game for 70. No buyback on him. No buyback on PQ. As OG, they'll look to keep this push going. The backdoor protection kicks in, but a new wave of creeps will be joining soon. So OG, they're not going anywhere. They'll take this tier 3.
They're still healthy and a freshly delivered Vlad, Smart. More lifesteal for Yuragi.
3 minutes left on the Aegis still. Yuragi can also get that completed Satanic delivered out to him.
Oh, and they're actually going to leave as a unit, go to bottom, take out the tower.
Continue this pressure. The tier 1s and tier 2s still standing on the bottom lane, but not for long. As OG will charge down this lane.
Last fight's looking to be for Aster if they can try to put up some type of defense, because OG, they're going to bring it to them on this last Rax. BZM already in position. How do you even kill Yuragi once?
I don't know. I don't think you can. We saw the potential of PA when it was behind last game. This time it's completely ahead. Jumping towards the base, they take out Baboka. Has a buyback available. We'll see Ori back in 5. Aster, they'll definitely have one final fight in them.
I mean, BZM's just jumping into the base.
We'll lose the Eon Disproc here. They're trying to tease out the BKB and Monet.
It's on cooldown,
It is for 5 seconds. He's got to be careful. Ori jumps in. We'll get the toss back onto Yuragi. See if they can deal with it at once. But one crit there. Yuragi's just back up at full HP. Monet tries to run, but they'll take him out. Buyback to come in from Monet. They'll turn with a sharpshooter shot over towards Yuragi, but Yuragi's still good to go. He's surrounded by his teammates. He cannot die here. As OG, they'll be back towards the objective. Monet, he gets caught with the massive with the BKB up with the physical damage. He's tearing through him. He's running back to the base. He's ticking down low. He'll get back to the fountain. Monet will live for now. But Ori, feared back by Tiger. BZM jumping up to the fountain. Ori's out, no buyback. As Yuragi's ready to play with them here. Right up in the fountain. OG, they've been known to dive before here. They might try to get with Damar. He'll get speared back into the fountain. He's dead.
But the Raxes, the Megas.
So the Megas are out.
Yuragi actually hitting tier 4s instead of going for Megas, and that will be it.
See if they can do anything 4 versus 4.
I mean, BZM just has no fear.
I mean, he's just in with the 3-man dream comp. Monet's in trouble, then try and push back. The two of them, and XXS with the spear and the rebuke will buy some safety, but it's not enough. Jump in there, Chu has the burst to finish off Monet, out for 100 seconds. GG is gone. OG, they've done it, and they've done it clean. 3 games back to back against Aster, a team that looked terrifying in their upper bracket run. But OG, they turned up today, and they gave us the best that we've seen it anywhere in quite some time. These 3 games, a masterclass from OG, despite Aster's best attempts.
The best attempts to even try to counter a PA, but the PA counters, they didn't work. OG, they have an idea, it works perfect. This Underlord last pick, genius, really.
And this team's insane.
It really are.
Turning up, and you've got to give a massive credit to Chu. Turning 100%. Up at this LAN, and even before this LAN, you know, people knew that he was part of OG, helping out as the coach. But he turns up, and his performance here on the main stage, phenomenal.
I'd let him lift the trophy if I were them, honestly. He has been so spectacular. Defensive plays, aggressive plays, calling shots, because as far as we know, the captaining in game, it's been a lot of time that they've said from Chu, so wow, spectacular stuff. OG have to be so happy with themselves.
Absolutely, and the DOTA that they provide consistently, it's just always a delight to watch. And in this 3rd game as well, the change-up in the draft, they let Aster have their Mars, and they take the PA for themselves. You know, you're right, he wants to show them how it's done. As we'll see them here, and of course for Aster, a great run through the upper bracket, but when it came to the grand final stage, when they had to step it up to another level, when you meet OG in a grand finals, it always feels like OG has that edge. They've got that little bit of something that nobody else seems to have, Bob.
They just have so many concepts in Dota that they play so well with.
And there we go, of course, the crowd here. You have been phenomenal, Malaysia. Can we give it up here one more time for your champions of ESL One Malaysia, OG!
Tiaga, we see you before you're back to coach. Any words out there for all those new Choo Choo Train fans? Anything to say to the audience? What would you like to say to all your new fans?
I guess thanks for the support. I'm with the ground. Love it.
All right, give it up for Joe. Uragi, if you've ever been in a seed pub, you know that carry is all that matters. Nothing else matters. Everyone in this arena is a carry player. Anything to say out there to your people?
Thanks, everyone. I had a great time.
BEZM, you have been absolutely on point all day. Are you happy that it was a hard 3-0, or could you have gone all 5 games?
I don't know. I'm just doing following steps, like my granddad's steps, you know.
Wow, those are some mighty steps. Well done, well done. Tiger, you can position 5. You can position 4. Hell, in some games it looked like you were in the position 2. Is there anything you can't do?
I don't know. I just love Malaysia too much. You guys are buffing me a lot.
And finally, Amar, my friend. A lot of people out here are loving you. They ban your heroes. They pick your heroes, but you're unstoppable. Is this, Amar, the final form, or are you gonna get even better before TI?
ATM already OP, so who knows what's next?
All right, well, fantastic. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time for OG! And we'll shoot it off. Back to the panel. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
Your champions, it's OG here on the stage in Malaysia. Oh, Arena Stars, you are something else. You are something else indeed, and OG as well, something else here. Doing it, coming first place, 3-0 in the grand finals with Javash as the fresh stand-in. And they make it look so easy. How did they do it? Insania, you believed in them from the very start. Your bias was definitely well placed here because there's nothing stopping this team.
I mean, just to go off of Chuvash, I remember, like, I think maybe 2 months ago, I saw a Reddit thread which contained an interview by RZ.
I remember that!
Yeah, where he said, like, Chuvash is clueless, he doesn't understand DOTA at all.
Ideas.
Yeah,
I remember
he's just
that.
like a friend hanging out with the team. He's just Misha's friend for a long time, but did he silence the haters or what?
Oh, he sure did. Oh, I remember that. I was
Yeah.
like, oh.
And he proved that he absolutely belongs. And I mean, OGs looked amazing, and they are continue to play amazing. And
They are so good. How do they keep getting away with this? Will they ever be stopped?
They have some kind of magic with them, man. Like,
I know them. I know what powers them up. We heard Tiger say it as well. I think this crowd is definitely a large portion of being powered up and just reaching that next level. There's some teams that just get to that final form when they're in front of a crowd. They get the level up, and Chuvash, he definitely leveled up in front of the crowd as well. The whole team seems to be on fire.
But honestly, he's just played so well from group stages up until now. He fits the team so seamlessly. He's so mechanically good, and he's also capable of playing 5, so they can utilize Taiga's 4 hero pool when they need to. It just feels like a perfect fit. How can you have 3 perfect fits in your 8-man roster? I don't know how that works out, but it just does.
Oh, it does indeed. A well-deserved trophy there for OG. All right, we're gonna recap not just OG's journey, but also the journey that Aster has taken to get to this point. Obviously, it's a disappointing result, but they have come top 3 every event they attended this year. So this is a good thing. I mean, we know that says traditionally not everybody that wins the final tournament before TI wins TI.
yeah.
Right? Silver linings.
Copium, a little bit of copium.
I mean, OG are definitely looking like contenders. They're going to be studied, but we cannot forget about Spirit for TI. We can't forget about LGD. There are other beasts from other regions. And of course, Aster are not going to take this loss badly. I'm sure they're going to go home and get better too.
Yeah, they have a very experienced coach, Lanham, of course. and this will just be fuel for TI, for when it matters the most for these teams. And they came through the upper bracket. I think the biggest lesson that we saw from OG coming through the lower bracket, playing more Dota is better. And that means that we should keep a close eye on perhaps also the final chance qualifiers for TI, because those teams will have played the most Dota. But we're looking back at this game. This game actually, Aster, I felt like they had a shot. We thought maybe Insania, this draft would have pushed them over the edge to force out a next game.
Yeah, I mean, I think draft-wise, this game, they could compete. I think the earlier games looked, in my eyes at least, very difficult to find angles for them to really, like, win the game. But yeah, I mean, I just think ultimately the better team won. I think when it comes to this grand final, like, we can talk draft, we can analyze, but I think OG just played better.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Plain and simple. Definitely the Mars didn't look as strong on the side of Aster as it did on the side of OG. Underlord coming out and showing up, and the portals were actually insane. It's definitely a hero that I think people should also keep an eye on. This was the first tournament on a fresh patch as well, and I think from OG's perspective, and actually from all the teams that did well and played a lot of Dota, we saw this patch develop Ninja Boogie into something very promising for the gameplay.
Yeah,
coming.
no, I definitely like the pace of the game. It was a bit too fast in the prior patch, where everyone was hitting like level 25, pre-30 minutes, and games just were very stompy. And now you kind of have like these back and forth games. Even though teams are behind like 20K, you see potential comebacks which were a little bit harder to do in prior patches.
Yeah, honestly, it really feels like there's ingenuity, if you said that right, in the way that OG play Dota. Even this Underlord pick, it didn't scream incredible to me when I saw it, but as I saw it develop throughout the game, it seemed like it gave them everything that they needed. When Aster needed to make these aggressive moves, when they needed to pressure the PA, he would just come in through his portal, pipe everybody, and they just had no damage to kill anybody. So the way that ATF just approached his itemization, approached the way to play this hero, was just so solid. And to me, he's the standout player of this grand finals.
Yeah, would definitely say that as well. Not just maybe grand finals, perhaps the entire tournament. Of course, doing fantastically well. Now looking back, I know, for example, Insania, I'm assuming you're scrimming with all the teams here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it the result also you were expecting? Because it was when you're scrimming with OG as well.
I mean, I thought the only team here that could genuinely challenge Aster is OG. I did not think Secret really, to me, seemed like a convincing opponent against Aster. So, yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to this matchup, and OG in front of a crowd, I mean, like, they're always good. So, yeah, not too unexpected. I mean, 3-0 for Grand Final, I think, like, it doesn't really represent and tell the full story of how good Aster was at this event.
Yeah,
they were extremely dominant. I would argue even more dominant than OG for most of the run, but that doesn't always mean that you're going to win the Grand Finals, right?
That's true. You got to learn to adapt, and if you can't adapt mid-series, you got to lose.
Can I just say, I often feel that these Chinese teams get really stubborn in these best of fives. I do feel like they could have had a different take on the first